Three, two, one. What's going on, everyone? You're watching another episode of Late Night Comics, starting a little extra late tonight. All due apologies to you that have been waiting patiently. Um, just real world stuff cuts in. I got behind on my work, and yeah, that's how it is. So you're here, I'm here, and more importantly, RDV is here. RDV, how you doing tonight?
I am doing bloody fantastic, bro. Just excited to talk about these six issues.
Yeah.
And it's just we talk about how everybody says the meat and potatoes. This is holy crap with the dessert.
Yeah, this volume, which is volume 11 of the trade paperbacks, it's covers floppy issues 60 through 65 of the series. And holy crap, did things come to a head. Which we'll
uh
talk a little bit later. We're not going to jump right into it, give some people some chance to come
yeah,
into the stream.
and keyword head and
Keyword head.
crowbar.
Oh man.
If you
Ah,
have not read this, I kind of feel like you should go read these books before you get into this because this is heavily spoilers, and also the fact that this you're gonna kick yourself because this is just a fun book,
mm-hmm.
and watching us go over it doesn't get the same experience as going and reading it. Man, I mean, I've known about partial what happens in this issue, but I didn't exactly know the events leading up to it. So, but that being said, I reading it, and I'm just getting up to that point. It's like, oh, it's just like, dude, it's awesome. It is one of my number one comic moments in comic books. Uh, and said that the character growth in this story is just awesome. We get to see a little bit of Annie in this again. Yes. Uh, but wow, man, if okay, so those who don't remember, and before I'll talk more about the boys. Just give you a preview. So if you don't remember, we before we did Butcher's backstory, which is last Monday. Before that, we left off with Terror being killed, Butcher getting revenge. Now, thinking that going with that mindset, Butcher's not in his right mind, and with everything coming to head with going out to superheroes, dude, stay tuned. You don't want to miss it. All right.
Absolutely, absolutely. And as RDV said, and we try to say this on every stream before we cover the boys, is super heavy spoilers. We don't, and this is basically the whole point of doing it. What we do is we want to read back issues, and we want to be able to share that experience. So by kind of having an organized like a stream about it or whatever, it gives opportunity for perhaps you guys listening in to say, "Hey, I'll read that too." And that way we can like all talk about it together. We're all experiencing it perhaps for the first time together, which is easy to do with new comics, much harder to do with older comics. But tonight in particular, when we get to the book, like this book has a lot of revelations. This was going to have the biggest spoilers, the biggest reveals so far in the whole series. And I did not see this coming. not Not at all. So I was like, "What? Are you kidding me?" What about you? Did you
Yeah.
get hit by a surprise, or did you know about this?
There's a part with Black Noir that I knew already knew about, so it didn't
Okay,
really affect it. But still I didn't know how or when, but I
I
knew.
see.
And also there the clues there. You know, when we get to that, I'll ask you about the clues and if you kind of guessed or not. But overall, yeah, this is the climax. This is the battle between the boys and the seven, and just it just pays off. Now you're asking, wait, if this is the six issues, but you still got more issues after this. Wait and see, because well, like I said, the boys. This when you think it's just when it's gone to the best, it just goes up another level.
Did someone did
That
someone
big.
read ahead?
Oh, I've already read ahead
Oh
years
wow.
ago. I know
Oh,
the
years
ending.
ago. I thought you read
um,
the Dear Becky. I didn't know you read.
I read the ending of this because I was going through as far as fandoms, they have when they talk about character. So I kind of knew what the part with Butcher and everything that stuff, what
Oh,
happens to him. Now anything else part of that, I do not know. That's fresh for me.
I see.
You know,
Well, this,
comic vine spoils for you.
yeah,
So
I don't.
yeah,
That's why I
yeah.
don't read that shit. I don't want to know.
So, but like I said, that being said, even though I knew what was going to happen with Black Noir, I still enjoyed it. Because that's a sign of a brilliant writer, Garth Ennis. Uh, I mean, everybody praises Mark Wade, despite being a dick. Garth Ennis actually is better to me, in my opinion, than Mark Wade by far.
I never
But
heard anyone say Garth Ennis was. I've never heard anyone say anything bad about Garth Ennis.
no, no, no. I said Mark Wade's being a dick.
Oh yeah, Mark
I'm just
Wade
saying,
is.
yeah, 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 yeah. And but people still praise his writing. I mean, I enjoy his writing, but Garth Ennis, man, I've never read anything bad by him.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
no, neither
yeah,
have I. He's a talented writer for sure. And I think what's interesting, I was reading tonight and I was thinking about this, and I was like, I don't think that Garth thinks he's as good as he is. He
no,
writes like that. I don't feel like when I'm reading his comics that he's trying to write next level stuff. I think he's just trying to write good, like
he's
a
a
good
natural talent.
story. Like it in and I'm like, I think he doesn't realize that there's more, like his writing is working on levels beyond what he even intends. And I think that's usually the sign of a really good writer is when writers, they're not trying to write
And they stress themselves
Shakespeare.
out,
They just
and
they
then it
just write
shows.
they just write
Yeah,
something really basic, but yet behind it is all this complexity that we as a reader look into like deeper. And they were like, nah, I just was trying to write a basic story. But it's because they have such skill in what they do that they just take it all for granted. And when conversely, when you have a writer who tries to write, you get like Tom King, where they think their shit, their farts don't stink and stuff. And when you read their books, you're like, oh yeah, I can tell this person thinks like every line that they write is like golden, and it's going to be put in a museum someday. And it comes off. But Garth is not like that. He really writes like an everyman, but his understanding of storycraft and character and just humanity and how to explore these stories, it comes off in a way that few writers know how to do. Um, yeah, I'm just so impressed every week. I'm so impressed with him. I'm gonna be really bummed when we run out of boys stories.
definitely, yeah. Because man, like I said, I was sad because I read before we read The Boys. I read his Jennifer Blood story, and I was just like, he put the same level in that character as he did when he wrote the Punisher Max, and basically he put the Jennifer Blood is kind of like a Punisher, like Lady Punisher in a sense, getting revenge for those who killed their father and screwed her life up. She gets revenge on her mafia uncles. It's like, and then she just takes out other mafia people related, and different hit people while also dealing with the law. So I mean, in a sense, it was like I was getting the Punisher that I wanted to, but they gender flipped. But it was still Punisher though. That unlike today's Punisher, who is not even Punisher anymore, he's being punished. So are we. Um, yeah, it literally is. They should just call the new book called The Punished because we're all
Punished.
being punished.
Oh my
Uh,
gosh.
yeah, and turned it into basically, a BDSM book. All right. So yeah, so Gareth Ennis. I mean, I'm curious to read more stuff by him because I haven't read the Iron or the not Iron Eagle. I was gonna say there, but it's the Eagle, the Iron, and whatever. It's that World War II book. He has out. It's like a 3 book magazine size.
Mm.
I'm curious to read it now because I enjoyed Sarah and I'm enjoying the boys. Now the boys though might is more my cup of tea in that sense because it's online with the Punisher Max stuff. You're gonna see eyeballs popping out. Somebody gets punched, or their jaw broken. Physically, realistically, that's what happens. And I love that how as he writes the characters. This is what happens if somebody punches you. You're gonna have a dislocated jaw. You're gonna look messed up, and you're gonna have teeth flying. Not this where it's like pre comic code, or comic code, where you hit someone and like, oh, they fly backwards. No, You punch somebody, it goes through their head, depending on your level of your strength. So, yeah, that's the one thing. Garth adds realism to his books and doesn't try to sugarcoat anything for you. So, and plus, he loves Hawk the Slayer, so I gotta go with mad respect.
Yeah, I can't wait to read that. So it's New Year's. Happy 2023. Um,
So weird.
yeah, isn't that weird? I'm eating a pizza from last year.
That's kind of gross. No.
Mm, cold pizza and 7 Up. That's what I'm doing on January 2nd.
What kind of pizza? Is it cardboard pizza,
Oh
or
no, this
is
is
it
good quality pizza. It's from a Italian place out here called Maricaro's.
All right. You gotta be
So
careful, California. I saw that on that Kitchen Nightmares, whatever, with where you came, Gordon Ramsay came in. It was supposed to be an Italian restaurant, but they didn't know how to. They microwave didn't work away, so only half the pizza got cooked. And yeah, that's the other thing. They're putting pizza in microwave and giving it to you, warm it up.
dude, the stuff I see on Kitchen Nightmares just astounds me. I was like,
He's like
what?
your Italian restaurant, and you have a Mexican working here who doesn't even know how to make meatballs, and he works slow because it's too fast for him to work normal pace. The chefs are supposed to be demand, and she does. Yeah, I was like, oh, I was just like, yeah, I could see it, and she's like, well, I bought it from somebody else because I had a dream to do that, and then she kind of, and then he's like, yeah, but you fucked over your mom and your sister by taking their money for the loan, and now you're failing, and now they put their house as collateral, each of them. Yeah, that's what I can't watch those. I only watch it because of PewDiePie was talking about it. He brought it up. I saw it. I was like, what the heck? Because I like his opinion on things because we sometimes we share things. Uh, but I can't watch those shows because as far as the Kitchen Nightmares, because I would just be yelling the whole entire time. I'd be just so, and I'd never want to go out to eat.
Right?
It just can't go.
Dude, it's
People claim,
seriously it's disgusting. Some of the stuff I was like, oh, oh. Now every time I go to like a new restaurant that I've never been to, I you have like the images in your head, like what's could be going on in the back that you don't know.
people complain about Taco Bell. Then you go to these restaurants and it's like, oh, it's so good, and then like later on, oh god, what the hell happened?
Yeah, it's
So, but
it's unbelievable.
I don't
It's
know.
almost like we could do a whole stream on Kitchen Nightmares. I don't want to do that.
I kind of
Um,
do.
you
Let's
kind of
watch them.
do. Oh man. So yeah, New Year's. I guess maybe we should probably talk about the 2022. Did what stood out for you in 2022? Any comics, movies, TV shows?
Cons- Consistently book that I like other than the Flash. Everybody knows I love the Flash books.
Hmm.
For comic books was Bell, the Xenoscope.
Oh
It was
yeah,
basically it's almost what I wanted from Batgirl. Uh, Someone who wasn't a Mary Sue, someone who actually like made mistakes, worked to somebody else, and just just over her head constantly stressing out and trying to take on mythical creatures like in Greek history and stuff. It was kind of cool seeing that. There was no messages in there. There was no propaganda. It was just straight up a girl kicking monsters' ass, and also getting her ass handed to her too sometimes. And just with jokes. That's kind of what I want from comic books in general, whether you're male or female. I mean, that's what I like about Spider-Man. He always made quips. He's like, "I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die." It's I want that inner monologue, and that's what I get reading Belle. I get that I know like Spider-Man quips, and then she'll do the same thing Spider-Man does. Or at least used to do. He'd taunt. He's like, "Oh crap, I shouldn't have done that. Why did I say that? Stupid me."
right.
Like that's what I want from superhero books. When
I
you're the
do.
underdog.
I do. I miss the inner monologue, man. I feel like modern comics they don't like some of them do, but it's really more rare. It seems like a lot of modern comics they treat it like a movie, so you never like hear inside the character's head. All you can hear is what comes out of characters' mouths. There's no thought bubbles anymore, you know. And I really miss that. I think getting inside the character's thoughts helped you really develop that character, help the audience member or the reader, I guess, you know, like I guess I don't want to say bond, but just get an attachment to the character. Um, and I miss that. Speaking of like so you were thinking about Spider-Man and doing that, one of the best standouts for me of 2022 is Erratic. And I was
True.
wrong. I'm
Yep.
going to give you credit again. I remember several months back you were talking about it, and I was like, yeah, it's good, and I really like it, but not quite as good as the first one. And it is so good. Like each issue just gets better and better. And
Yep.
I'm like, man, when is the shoe gonna drop? Like, it can't just keep up this, just like, nope, this next issue is even better. And bravo. If you guys aren't reading Erratic, consider it. You can pick up the first trade. It's only $9.99 MSRP. So I highly recommend it. If you like Spider-Man, it's not a rip-off of Spider-Man at all. Like the character's powers are way different. Um, but it has the same sensibilities of Spider-Man, a teenage character who doesn't really fit in at school. It's awkward, and having to deal with teenage drama, which isn't really drama, but when you're a teenager, you think it is, and really just a quirky cast of characters that are just fun to read. It always puts a smile on my face when I read it. It's not outright funny, like it's not written as a comedy, but it's got lots of like little just funny moments, and it's just one of those books that I'm so glad to have because it's like I want to go back and reread it because you just fall in love with it. At least I do, and it's the kind of book that I wish I was like, why can't Spider-Man be this good? Why this is exactly what Spider-Man should be like, in its like in terms of quality and
Well,
the storytelling. Go ahead.
it's they tried bringing it back before the nonstop Spider-Man. They tried doing, when Homecoming came out, they tried launching a high school version of Peter Parker back in high school again, and they just didn't understand it. They had him being, it just kind of looked like a copy of Erratic to me, like, but a crappier version, because these people who are writing do not understand relationships, whether it's family or love interests. They only know what they see on TV, and sometimes it depends what they're watching on TV, because Hollywood has come to the point where it's become so fake, and the people who are right now are trying to copy those things may not necessarily agree with that, and it's just there's no real life experiences for anything. I understand. Well, it's comic book, shouldn't be real life experiences for some things, for logic as far as it comes to dating, and we see this with the boys here, Huey and Annie. That's the most realistic I've ever seen for people dating. I know I love Spider Man, but I mean, but Annie and Huey are just like real life people in a sense. How they interact, even Butcher, in this, it's the human emotions that most people who write today don't understand that, and it's just sad because they'd rather virtue signal than actual like take the time to learn and actually admit that they don't know what they're doing. Like I said, there's so many people I would just get rid of. Like, dude, if you're gonna write Spider-Man, uh, the next person I would I'd write them if Jeremy Adams were ever to leave Flash, I'd put him over in Spider-Man and let him have Peter Parker being married again. He would be perfect on that, But I don't know, man. It's it's why I've gone indies. I do read more DC than I do Marvel. Marvel, I used to be all Marvel, and then I was like, DC, I don't care about that. I'm going back to read the old school DC, but I'm also checking out some of the newer stuff. Uh, but majority though of my books are independent books. I've noticed that a lot. Um, and we were talking about that before on E's channel about the multiverse. It was cute at the beginning, and even now I'm kind of starting to get annoyed by it. Like, can we just like stick to one universe? We don't need 52. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it should not be the plot. Should never be the plot. It should be like, oh, we have cute nod to like this character's here and this and all, but it should never be your main focus.
You're talking about the 52 worlds of DC.
Yeah, I just brought them back with the Dark War, whatever it was, Dark Crisis,
Well, the
and
52 has
that's
been back for a while. The
yeah,
Omniverse is
yeah,
what's new.
yeah, yeah.
Like
All the
the
worlds were
sigh.
demolished. The last crisis, wiped out all the worlds, and then and this last one with Dark Crisis. Well, uh, the guy coming back and basically restoring all 52 worlds, parallel worlds. Yeah, like I said, I'm just over crisis. I'm over all events. So it needs the ways to go because I love it when books aren't connected, and I mean, as much as I do like that with some of the books, I love continuity, but at this point, I've kind of given up on continuity, and I just try to find the books that I enjoy. And it may not,
Without continuity, I would rather have indie books because they're
yeah,
just so
and that's
much
what I'm,
better.
yeah, that's what I'm going for indie books right now.
You know,
They're confined in their own world. The boys is confined in their own world. Now, yeah, as far as them doing a spin-off of the boys, having a different thing focus while this is going on, I don't think it'd work.
no, I
I
don't
wouldn't
think
want to
so
read.
either.
I don't want to read about the G-men.
Right? No,
I don't know. Now, I would love to read Homelander. Can we have a backstory of Homelander miniseries? That's what I want.
I don't
So
know. I don't. I. I don't know. I don't even really want that. I think I can't imagine that I would. I that me. This is me personally. I just don't want to know more of his story. Like what I'm getting in the boys is just enough. Tie it up with a little bun when it's done, and it's great.
I think
Speaking
I,
of the
I think
boys, real quick though, I just
I
want to give a shout out
sure.
to everyone that's listening in. Thank you for being here. First person in the chat tonight was Legacy Ash on Comics. So kudos to whoever that that actually is. It's a little bit flattering when someone makes a copycat.
It's evil Black Hat. I think it is, or
Is
less
it?
evil. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of flattering. So whoever it is, welcome. HR Goes Vocals also here early. Dragon Majesty, Dave Asanowicz, and Dave says back issues are here where it's at these days, and I somewhat agree. Um, but I think there's some really cool new stuff coming out. Um, what about you? What's your take on that?
There is some new stuff coming out that looks good. But will it ever be as great as it was during post crisis? And you can drink if you play that game. Right? Because I say it a lot. I bring it up
Take a
because
drink.
I post crisis and Marvel in the '80s is where you need to be. And that's the example you need for world building and having you actually care about the fans. Everything matters. This is also before they had all these like 30 different events that mean nothing, that didn't mean anything at all. They may have had like one or two, but overall, like I said those that's the example you want to go to when it comes to writing. Look at the '80s and how they did things, late '80s, especially '80s, and both companies. They were actually competing against each other. Now they just don't even compete. They're just like, hey, you want to do this? Sure, I'll do this too. And you just get no matter if it's Marvel or DC, and it's the exact same thing.
Right.
It, it's
Yeah, like
it's
when
like
Marvel did that what was it? The I can't even remember the name. This is how meaningless their stuff is. They did like a medieval thing, like n- uh storyline.
Marvel or DC.
Marvel.
Marvel had Doom Quest. I know that. That was the only
No,
thing I
no,
could think
just
of.
recently. Like it either
Oh,
just wrapped
oh,
up or
oh.
still going on. It's like
There was the medieval one. Is Are you thinking of the Captain Britain one?
no, no,
Excalibur?
it's the equivalent of the DC one. You know, DC's doing
Really?
the knights.
I,
Yeah, and
there was
it's
extra
even
swords.
written by the same guy.
Oh. Well, that's the thing here.
I can't remember
That's
his
DC.
name.
Well, yeah, DC mech, Marvel mech, same thing, same
Yeah,
guy.
Marvel did a mech and then they did DC. Yeah, exactly. And it's
DC
just
did it
like
first, and Marvel, yeah, it's
they're
like
just like, oh, what does it do? It's this is the morons that are running these companies that are just like, what should we do next? I don't know. Let's see.
how
What haven't we
you know.
done? We haven't done Transformer superheroes. Yeah. What do we do that? Like,
I'm just saying, for a fistful of dollar, or like if it's the first one in the trilogy, that's what Christos Gage is doing right now with Marvel and DC. He wrote the same story for Marvel that he did at DC. He just tweaked it a little.
all right, yeah. And they
Fortnite
don't
too. Marvel Fortnite, DC Fortnite.
right.
So
They just don't, and they don't care. They just they just rip off because they don't have any of their own ideas. So they just do whatever the other guy's doing, and they know that whoever's left of the fan base doesn't care either. And so this is why you get crap. It's why fast food companies never have to really make a quality product, right? People like we make fun of Arby's. That's a popular thing in the comics and things. This Perch hates Arby's so much. I hear about that. We make fun of McDonald's or whatever. People are like, oh, you're gonna make McDonald's, but it's like the thing is people who buy these products don't expect quality. Like they're happy with whatever the crap that you get. I mean, it's like I make fun of Little Caesars pizza. If you buy Little Caesars pizza, you don't care that it's bad. You're completely satisfied with it.
Or people are just too picky and it's actually phenomenal.
Sure, on one of the DC multiverse Earths out there, maybe that's the case.
Well, it's like Denny's. Not all Denny's are created equal. I have clean Denny's over with actually people who can cook. You may be living in an urban community where the Denny's are just disgusting. Same with Arby's. Same with any restaurant you go to. It all depends on who's cooking the food and
There's
your
no
service.
such thing though as a fine dining experience at Denny's. You're gonna only
I,
get
I I've had that
even the
with the
best
fork tonight.
Denny's has a certain level. But my point is that audience, that the customer base, they're happy with it. And so where comics are at now, all the fans that expected more are gone. And so now whoever's left are happy with this dreck that we're getting, and it's going to continue to go that way. There's no reason for them to try hard because the buying audience today doesn't expect them to, doesn't demand it from them. And so it's never going to happen. And that's kind of sad. And that's why I pulled out. But I do think that there is some look. There's always going to be exceptions to the rules, and I think DC right now does have some really good books. I promote Batman regularly. I'll always promote a Jeff Johns book. So he's doing a Stargirl book and a JSA. I always get the initials mixed up. JS Justice Society book. So those are, you always promote highly the Jeremy Adams Flash among everyone else. I never hear anything bad about Jeremy Adams Flash. I can't personally vouch for it because I haven't read it, but I'm going to take everyone's word at how great it is. So yeah, there's going to be exceptions, but for the most part, as a company, these people are doing work in spite of the higher ups. You know, they're doing it because they just have maybe their own personal pride in their work. Um, so yeah, back issues are a great thing, and I like to promote digital back issues because if all you care about is reading the books, you don't necessarily care about the investment section or just having the physicality, or maybe you just don't have the space. That's where I'm running into a problem now. Is like, that's not space anymore. You can get supreme deals on digital books, and I never push digital books as like new stuff, but I get Comixology, and right now Comixology, I sound like I wish Comixology was paying me to promote them. I get nothing out of this. I'm just
It's
super excited at the deals that I've been getting. So right now you can get full trades for like half the price of a comic book, single comic. I filled out my Super Sons collection. Now I have all the Super Sons except for the newest series, the Challenge of the Super Sons, because I was already out of DC at that point. Um, I fully intend on picking them up later in back issues because then I'll be giving the store money and I won't be giving DC any money. But I was like, I'm not gonna give you money. I was pissed off at what they did. This was after they had already screwed up Jonathan Kent, and I was just nope. So I didn't want to pay for breadcrumbs. So, but I still do love Peter Tomasi's writing. I love these characters and all the other ones. The Challenge of the the Adventures Super Sons and the original Super Sons. I own all the physicals of, but these were so cheap. I just picked them up again digitally, actually, because I bought the original Super Sons first 2 volumes. I bought digitally before I got them, and so they were like $1.79 for the full trades. Um, Now I do get a 10% discount because I'm a Comixology Unlimited, so I think they're $1.99 if you're not a member.
You
Still,
know,
for a full trade for $1.99, that's phenomenal. Some of these books I didn't get. If you're looking on the screen, they're either Comixology Unlimited books that I checked out just to check them out, or it's because if the way the new Kindle version works, if you click on a book, it puts it in your recent. So I can't sort by recent purchases. I can only sort by recent. It's
you clicked
stupid.
on, yeah, right.
I clicked
Yeah,
on. So some
it
of these I was
Kindle's
like, yeah.
always
So
been like the last book you read is always gonna be up on the top
I
left
hate that.
of
I just want to
yeah.
sort by recent purchases. That's what. So ignore the Blackwood, ignore these aliens books. So I also picked up this Planetary series. I have read nothing about. This is purely on recommendation from our boy Skip and Tosh.
Have you read it yet? I have 9 issues
Not
in.
yet, not yet. But so
Oh!
on my Discord channel, I'm trying to organize and set up like a reading club for this book, and maybe we'll go on for other books too, and we can just talk about it. If you're interested, come to the Discord channel. I think we were talking about it in the general section, or just send me a DM or whatever. But these are $2.99 for full on. Like these are like bigger than trades. This is the full whole series in 2 volumes, and they're $2.99 a piece. So you're
And I wanna
getting like
call it Skip.
you get
Call it Skip.
they're like 450-page books
Yeah, Skip tried to
each.
lure me in. He's like, "There's cheesecake in this book. We'll get RDV." And I go through 9 issues, like, not much cheese at all, or
Oh,
cake either.
that's between you and Skip. I'm not a part of that.
I know, but you know what, dude? It's really weirds me out because not even a year ago, you're like, yeah, screw Comixology because they got rid of the panel by panel. Now you're like, they
Yes.
brought it back. You're like, I love it
No,
again.
I still no. I still have my bones to pick about Comixology. Then I
I know,
really wish I could go back to the original. I'm very mad. They
but
are at least making some steps. They did bring back the panel by panel. That's a big step.
but
Um,
I don't think you'd be hawking it out though like that. You've been talking about about
I
it
just personally
today.
wasn't using it. It was really a case of like I was so upset at the changes that I just stopped using it. And if I'm not using it, then I have nothing to promote. Now that I am using it again, I just want people to be able to read good comics and not have to pay a lot of money. So what I'm saying here now may not apply to everybody. You may be listening going, I don't care. That's fine. But maybe there's someone listening that says, "Oh, that's interesting." And right now, so I just want to share with the things I got. I got the 2 Planetary books. Let's scroll down. I hate that these and that's another thing too. You can't hide you they brought back hiding your books, but it doesn't work on the web version. It only works on the app. So a lot of these books I was trying to like hide, like Rocket Raccoon, Fearless Dawn, Fubar. I picked these up like free. They're like free
Is it your
I don't want them in my
like?
collection, but I can't hide them, so they're just there.
Is it your browser? Is it different by browser?
No, there's no option to hide. You can only yeah, there's just if there is a way, if I can't find it. Um so but the app version, they don't show up in my library. So
It
uh
it is a pain to navigate though. I've tried it for. I just don't like how Amazon set up. Even for if you're looking for chemists, even if you're not looking at comic books, you're just looking at other Kindle books. You're better off using your phone as a mobile app.
yeah. So I also picked up, this is the big one, is the Batman No Man's Land. I got the entire run of Batman No Man's Land, including the 2 prequels, Road to No Man's Land. So 6 volumes. It costs like $20 total. Like these are like less than the price of a single floppy book for an entire No Man's Land trade. And these aren't like the 160-page trades. These are big thick novels. This is a ton of Batman, and everyone's telling me all the time, best Batman story ever, No Man's Land, No Man's Land. And so I'm probably talking to people who've read, we've read it, whatever, but maybe you haven't, and maybe you don't want to pay $20 an issue, which is the normal price, which would be $120 to get the whole thing. You can just pay $20 and get the whole thing. That's what I did. Um, I also filled out my Robert Venditti, Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern Corps. I was only missing 2 volumes. So these were like $1.99 a piece as well. I picked up Superman by Mark Millar, which you and I already talked about this. So they done a Superman Adventures, which I guess was based on like the animated Superman or whatever, and that
Yeah,
was an anthology book, and they collected all the Mark Millar stories from that
nice.
Superman, and put it into one volume. I'm a big
Now,
Superman.
if you just want Mark Millar, I'm the person like I want all the stories because sometimes they connect.
Hmm.
So like I love the John Byrne Man of Steel stuff, but I would really rather just have like the Jerry Ordways and all that in this one book, omnibus.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Instead of just having like only the John Byrne stuff. Like that's one of the problem when it comes to stuff like that. But if you were really a fan of the writer though, of that specific writer, you're enjoy it. I enjoy the John Byrne ones. I just like I just little nitpick. I'm like, I wish I could have the other option too. You know?
Well, you can get those issues.
What do you mean in an omnibus form though? That's what I'm telling you, trying to tell you in an omnibus form. Collected.
Hmm. Well,
Because right now
I'm
the only om
sure that
yeah,
the run that Jerry Ordway did is available.
not collected in omnibus form because the Man of Steel stuff is the John Byrne stuff. I've tried looking for that. I mean, there is Exiles but that's further in. But I mean,
I
I
mean,
want I want the beginning from '87 going into like '90s. I want to have like because remember there's 3 titles. I want to have them all connected in one. Where I can just read
well, if you're
in one
talking
book.
about physical, that
Yeah,
might be more
physical.
challenging because you
Yeah,
can't.
yeah.
No company, well, the big two cannot keep everything in print. They just have their catalog is too huge. So a lot of their stuff is going to be out of print. And I'm guessing that the Jerry
It was never
Ordway
right.
stuff, it's just not popular enough to bring it back. Like the John Byrne stuff is like a legend. The John Byrne Superman is a legendary run. That's going to
Well,
stay evergreen.
no, but that's my dilemma. My dilemma is it was never collected though in trade format.
John
The Jerry
Byrne?
Ordway and yeah.
Oh, Jerry
Well,
Ordway.
only John Burns were ever collected. But the Jerry Ordway, it was Jerry Ordway and Marv Wolfman, and then you had John Byrne on his own doing his own Superman title, and then you had the third title was actually comics that brought in, and those all three of those crossed over. Every single story crossed over into the next one. That's why I was like, so I only get the John Burns like, hey, I'm here, and I'm like, I don't have the complete stories.
Hmm. Well,
Like continue the story continues into this, and I'm like, I don't have that. I only have the John Burns in this book.
yeah. I don't know what to say about that.
And it's just DC's always been horrible as far as collecting runs.
So
Like
do a
they'll do
power.
like a yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just gonna say there was one book I remember Bats was talking about because they didn't do the second half. They did the first half, but they didn't do the second volume. So Marvel does this too. That's why digital is kind of the way to go now because you're never gonna get in print the way you like it.
Digital's great because they can keep everything in print. Essentially, there's no. It's just
Sure.
a digital file, so you don't ever have
Or
to worry about it like selling out or going out of print. So
or not or not
once they
yeah.
make it, it's gonna be there forever. Physical books, it's a different story. Because they sell for so long and then they stop selling, and then it's not worth it to keep them in print. And then all of a sudden, people like you go, but I kind of want to get that now. And it's like, oh, I missed it. It was out in print like 6 years ago, and now it's like
What
super expensive. It's,
it sucks when you're born 30 years late.
hmm So I'm not here to try to advocate anyone switch over to digital and abandon print by any means, not at all. What I'm trying to do is advocate using it as a supplement of sorts to allow you to read
Ooh.
stuff, pay less money, not have to have as much shelf space or comic book boxes. And yeah, you get super deals, man. So this Mark Millar comic again was like a couple bucks. Um, Do a Power Bomb is a comic I'm buying actually new. This is one of the best series this year in comics. This was outstanding. This cemented my love for Daniel Warren Johnson. I already knew he was talented, but I did not know. And I did not pick up this book on the shelf. And then people were just freaking out about how good it was, Skip being one of them. And I was like, oh, I'll just, I like to try things. I like to say, okay, let me experience it firsthand so I can be part of the conversation. So I read the first issue and I was like, oh, it's okay, it's decent. And then something prompted me to read the next issue, and I was like, oh, it gets better. The next issue got better, and it's so full of heart. And if you see on the screen, his art is not necessarily outwardly pretty. Like, he was actually a very big turnoff. And the book next to it here is Wonder Woman Dead Earth. This is my first introduction to him. I did not know who he was when Wonder Woman Dead Earth came out. And I remember a lot of people were freaking out, like, "Oh, Wonder Woman Dead." I was like, "What the hell? Like, have you seen this cover? Why are people freaking out about this book? I do not get this. This looks terrible." So I did a hard pass on it. But now in hindsight, knowing who he is, I'm like, "Oh man, I really want to read that Wonder Woman Dead Earth now because I'm a fan." And so again, the whole series picked it up for like a couple dollars. And all these are available now, by the way. The sale is still going on until January 5th. And then the big boys here, I have been eyeballing these on eBay for probably the past year. I have been wanting Gotham Central. I'm a big Ed Brubaker fan now, and the concept of Gotham Central is super appealing to me. And you can get the whole set. Like I found uh, a set that's it doesn't really sell. I guess it keeps being relisted, but all 4 volumes is like $70. And I'm like, dang it. I don't really want to pay $70. And then on the DC Super Sale for the end of year, $1.99 a piece. So I paid $8 and I have the entire Gotham Central. It's so cheap that even if I still decide to get them in physical later, I don't feel like I wasted money.
I'm curious though what they are going if they're in trade format, whether they're going on in stock trades, if they're even selling them
No, that's another
because
thing. I don't even
they're
think they're currently in print.
yeah. Well, even out of print, I wonder. I mean, are they even available anywhere without paying $100?
There is an omnibus, I think, that recently came out. It's like $125 MSRP. You can get all 4 in one omnibus, but I'm not really an omnibus guy. Because they're just so hard to read. So, yeah, I was gonna try it because there's hardcovers of these. That's what I'd really like to get is the individual hardcovers. But be that as it may, like I
Yeah,
said, $2.
yeah.
I'm gonna get to read the story. Um, Now I already owned volume 1 of Aquaman, but again it appears there because I clicked on it. But I didn't have the entire Dan Abnett run. I had picked it up like years ago. I was on sales, and I think I was buying them at like $5 a piece. What I do is I put books on my wish list, and I just wait to see when they discount. And if it's like $5 or less, then I'll buy like trades, not individual comics. So I was
The only
missing.
one. Yeah, I'm gonna
I
say
was
right now, the only
missing.
one you need is Kelly Sue's Iconic. That's all you need is that. You don't need damn it.
uh, so yeah, I was missing 2 of the volumes, so I picked up volume 5 and 6 of the Dan Abnett, and then also I got the Mira, which I think takes place either right before or right after volume 5. Um, and so I have that whole now I have that whole run, which I was enjoying. So I filled that out again, a couple bucks a piece. I got Superman Red Sun for $2. I've been wanting to read that. Um, Superman Up Up and Away is when I got back into comics several years ago. Wow, it's been quite a few. 2018. Um, I was kind of like looking. I was a new to DC guy. I didn't really know much. I know who Superman was. Obviously, he's probably the biggest iconic superhero. But I remember being on part of the Aficionado stream and talking about Superman. We were just like, "What's the best Superman runs of all time, or best Superman stories?" And this one came up a lot. Um, and so I just put it in my wish list, and it's sad. It's Kurt Busiek, who I like, Jeff Johns, who I really like, and again, a couple bucks. And then also I'm a sucker for the metal. DC's Metal is the best event that's happened since I've been back into comics. When I got back into comics, it was the event that was currently running, and I really liked the first Metal. And I didn't read the Death Metal because that was the death of Rebirth. I think I read like the first couple issues of Death Metal, and then I was just so sick at what was happening at DC that I lost all interest. But I do really like the story. I love I'm a sucker for it. So these were like again a couple bucks a piece. So I got the entire death metal things for a couple bucks. Um, and also finally speaking about Mark Wade, I bought Kingdom Come. I think it's like a buck 99, and I was like, okay, I'll buy it. This is one of the few all-time great quote unquote storylines that I haven't read, and so I feel like remiss to not have ever read Kingdom Come. And I got my beef with Mark Wade, and I'm not going to go buy any of his new books. But yeah, I feel a buck 99,
What
or I
kind
think.
of beef did you get? Summer sausage or pepperoni?
um. So
I mean,
yeah,
that's more like Dan Slott. He won't share
that's
anything with you.
so that is back issue. That's my venture into back issues. There is a just a massive. They do this every year in Comixology, a massive like year-end sale. Um, and you can see right now, I think DC's got like 300 books on sale. Marvel has a couple hundred. And again, these are um, wait, oh, these are new.
I'm surprised that isn't you name your channel Adventuring into comics. And you get this new adventure into this current or this older back issue of book. That could be your thing.
Yeah, maybe. Um, I just
And you
like
don't have to
being
show
able to
yourself
pick up,
off. Yeah.
because even back issues, especially around here in San Diego, the comic store I go to, the back issues start at the cover price plus a quarter because they charge you for the bag and board.
Dude,
So
dude, that's
books that should
that's
be in
great.
the dollar bin are like $4, and I'm like, I'm not paying $4 for a Here, look at I
Oh,
have
okay. I thought we were talking about 25 cents here.
no, no, yeah, if 25, dude, I'd be buying all sorts of books. Um, oh look, we got the best. Oh look, it's the best of sale. What does Image consider the best of? I'll tell you what, King of Spies. Have you read King of Spies?
No, that's on my list though. I also got to read Red by Warren Ellis.
Yeah, put King of Spies on your list. It is well, it's like James Bond. It's very much the concept of it is, what if it was like James Bond in his old age did one last mission. Um, and it's drawn by Matteo Scalera, who I really like, is the guy who did the art for the Harley Quinn White Knight series.
Yep.
Um, I think you like Matteo Scalera. I really like Matteo Scalera. Um, totally,
Sounds
totally
like
good.
sounds like a horrible medical disease there.
It does actually. It sounds really terrible.
What do you
Um,
got? I got Mateo Scalera. Oh, ow, that sounds painful. That's yeah. People used to call me Mateo. Back in the day.
I'm gonna tell you what. This Radiant Red is not the best of 2022. You avoid that.
I'll tell you what.
I'll tell you what.
Listen here, boy. I tell you what.
These are all like single issues, man. I don't want to. So
Yeah.
I guess they're not in
So
trade yet, maybe. So
so like I said, I came across what was that? Red Winter Fallout. I did not know it was it was a sequel series to a 4-issue miniseries that was done on, I believe, Kickstarter actually, but I'm not sure if it was actually made it to the comic stores, but through Scott Comics. And that's basically just yeah, espionage, CIA stuff, everything I'm enjoying with Jack Ryan, stuff like that, and with Russian gangs, yeah, and just American CIAs. It's just been a fun book. So man, I gotta go. They offer on it's nice here. Scout Comics. If you go to their website, you can buy books for digital format for a cheaper price. Or actually, no. Actually, I think it's the same price as a physical. Or it's $2.99 for I think for digital and like $4, $4.99 for like physical. I'm looking at it. I'm probably gonna buy all 4 issues off their website unless I can find them on eBay cheaper. But uh, I'm really into the spy stuff now. And I'm probably gonna start dipping into some more spy stuff, especially Red, which is a Warren Ellis book that LK mentioned, and a few others. So, what is it? Because I picked up Too Dead to Die, which is by Guggenheim and Howard Shakin. Still haven't read it though. I'm just kind of sitting down, and one of these nights I'm just gonna sit here go through a bunch of stuff. Another one I was looking at was Anna Mercury. That was also through a Warren Ellis book, which is a kind of a spy book. I can't remember if there's anything. I remember anybody saying bad about it. This is a book I never heard of it. Desolation Jones. It was another book that you recommended to me. So I don't know if you've ever read these or heard of these.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. So yeah, because I was reading Planetary too. So like I said, Planetary is not a book I normally would read, but it's also a book that you cannot rush through. You have to go. I got to go back and I'm on issue 9. I find myself going back and rereading some of the issues. I'm like, oh, all right, because at first I didn't get it what there was going on. I was like, what? Like this character? What? No, what? um, it's one of those books where it's an intellectual book. It's something you don't want to like. Oh, pretty art. No, it's world building and it's all connected. Um, to me, it's kind of like X Files book to me, and that's all I'm gonna say about that because you haven't read it yet though. So, but art's great on it. Storytelling's great. By Warren Ellis. I guess Warren Ellis did a Marvel run too or something. I think he did a what he did something in early 2000s for Marvel. I forgot what title it was, but I've been just diving into his stuff. Reading more Chuck Dixon. You know, just trying to get into a lot of the back issues. The problem is I run into it's like, all right, I've been up for 2 hours reading this stuff. It's like now I gotta go to bed. And then I run out of time to read other stuff too because I just want to read back issues. You know, like
Yeah.
The Boys. The Boys is one perfect example. You find a book and it's kind of hard to put that book down, you know?
Yeah, it is. See, here's a good example of what I'm talking about. So, Chip Zdarsky is a guy I like. I like his Marvel stuff especially. And he does cool stuff. I would kind of like to read this Hulk. I didn't get it when it came out because I was pissed off at the way Marvel shifts stuff around. They cancel books and try to get you to new stuff. And so it had nothing to do with me thinking that Chip on Hulk would be something I didn't want to read. It had everything to do with just Marvel. So I was like, screw that. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not bouncing around books. But I do want to read it. I can buy the first volume trade for less than the price of a single Hulk issue, and I can just get it, and it's not going to take up box space, and I'll get the story, and yeah, this is where it's like pushing me to. Um, I can get. Remember, I noped out of Devil's Reign. They had the whole series here. I can get the whole Devil's Reign for less than the price of a first issue. So, anyways, I don't want to talk bad about comics. We're here to kind of celebrate comics, but um,
I'm talking bad about comic
I
books.
was I was starting to. Zach says they
I
had a
love.
Jungle Girl omnibus. Yes, they do, Zach.
Yep, 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 yep.
Yes, they do. Um,
Uh, which I'm tempted to look into, even though I bought the first issue of Frank Cho's Jungle Girl. But
so
Eva Black Cat, you can't drink. You're not old enough unless you're drinking milk over there.
oh no.
Gotham Central is the book where Greg Rucka becomes Mr. Lesbian. Yay!
Wait. Where's my that's my wish list. I need my library. There we go.
I has to be the word intellectual is not a red flag for me.
So
This
this
is this is a modern intellectual. This is like what was Planetary? 90s? Early 2000s?
I think it might have been early 2000s.
Still when it was actually safe to call that word an actual good word.
Might have been late 90s. So yeah, Jungle Girl omnibus. This is Comixology Unlimited, so I was like, yeah, it doesn't cost me anything because I'm a member. and
Was it collecting there?
you get all of Frank Cho, beautiful Frank Cho Jungle Girl.
Look at those legs. Why is he not drawing for what's her name? Wonder Woman. Or not either not even Wonder
Dude,
Woman, but any female dude that's like She-Hulk.
well, why he's
I
not
w-
drawing Wonder Woman is exactly what you see on the page here. This is why all the SJWs and the comic at DC and outside of DC, the 12 Twitter psychos lose their shit.
She-Hulk?
Like
Frank Cho She-Hulk? Yeah.
Frank Cho would be great on She-Hulk. Yeah,
Look at that. Yeah.
if these companies were about making great comics, you would think like Marvel and DC would be fighting to have Frank Cho either on Wonder Woman or She-Hulk and trying to put good talent. But like I said, they remember the people I was saying before, they don't care. The remaining audience that are still giving Marvel and DC money are happy with the product they're getting. So there's no reason for them to go out and hire Frank Cho because the people buying She-Hulk are going to buy it without him.
I
So
said I go anybody who's not following Frank Cho on Instagram, you're missing out. The dude shows you now you get little videos of him actually drawing it from the piece from start to finish. And then he said he's constantly drawing characters like that are out today. And be like, oh, I saw this cover. Like he did oh, was it what's the one that's out now? Batman and the Catwoman woman thing, by Tom King. He took a blank sketch cover they had there and drew an awesome Zatanna on it. I was like, dude, I'd rather read this than read the crap that Tom King's putting inside that book. Give me some Zatanna by Frank Cho.
Frank Cho's a good artist, and I'm not even really a cheesecake guy.
I like Fight
Um,
Girls, dude. That was a good.
Fight Girls was a good book for sure, but this is just good art. Um, and there you go. And it's Comixology Unlimited, so I can read the whole thing.
How many
It's part of
pages and how many issues did you say it was?
well, it's an omnibus. So let me see. I should
That first page, you probably should say.
waiting on Amazon. Stand by. 356 pages.
Oh, nice. That'll take me an hour. Well, then again, I might take a little longer. Frank Cho drawing girls. Woo.
Oh,
It'll take me an hour and 5 minutes. No, it's kidding.
Jesus. I don't even-
You just got it.
yeah. So it looks like the super duper sales, I guess, ended on the New Year's. So you're not gonna get the 99 cents stuff like I was getting. That's unfortunate. But every year, man, that's even better than the Black Friday sales is the end of year um, stuff. So that's back issues. I got way off the weeds on that because our boy uh, Dave talked about that. Let's see. Evil's Black Cat says Gotham Central is the book where Greg Rucka becomes Mr. Lesbian. Why are you trying to ruin my parade?
Why are you reading that 8 seconds later after I read that?
Oh, did you already read it? Did I pull
I
you?
read. I was laughing at it earlier, and then before you went to the Jungle Girl stuff.
Sorry about that. I pulled it. I
It's
pulled it.
it's
RDV.
okay. It's okay. Don't be pulling me. You got to pay for that.
So Santa Claus is in the chat. Welcome,
I
Santa
saw
Claus.
that.
Um,
I mean, as long as you're not talking about posting links to girls, dating and so that, I don't care if Santa Claus can be in here as much as they want. We appreciate you being here. Just don't talk about your host.
Awesome P, Tehillim, Black Cat said hi. Rhaegar's here. Um, good to see you guys. Feel free to throw in anything that's your highlight of 2022 comics, TV shows, movies, just anything the related culture that just stood out to you. I didn't want to do like a whole. Maybe RDV will do one on his channel about where they actually rank stuff, but just things that
Oh, we
stood
did it.
out.
Yeah, we did that before. I think it twice now. Best books of the year, And then we did a little bit one this past Tuesday. I think it was last Tuesday.
Man, you did the
Zach and I
best
did
thing of
one.
the year and you didn't invite me? Feel
It
sad.
was on a Tuesday. You weren't available last Tuesday.
Still would have been nice to have been invited.
I can't. It'd be cruel to invite you. And I know you can't show up.
No, it's cruel to not feel invited.
It's cool to let others know that I invited you, so I don't tell them.
By the way, that just remember that if you ever get married, send out invitations to everyone, whether you think they can make it or not. Because it's like rude if you don't invite someone to your wedding. It's like, even if they can't make it, like if they live on the other side of the world. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. Austin says he rewatched Return of the King for New Year's. Still great. Nice. Have you rewatched any old favorites? RDB?
Wait, Return of the King. Oh, I'm sorry. I always get confused with the Name of the King with Jason Statham.
Yeah, no one rewatches that.
I watch it. It has Burt Reynolds in it, and Rob Lowe is the villain. Is the evil wizard. I'm sorry. I just. Oh, no, it's not Robbo. It's Ray Liotta. That's who it was. Yeah, I watch it. It's a guilty pleasure. Um, older movies.
No, I'm just saying.
Uh,
Was there any old favorites that you've maybe revisited that you hadn't?
uh, lately though,
No, just
not really. I mean, I don't know. I listed my movies on Twitter. If you go Real Dr. Venkman, just go on there. Um,
I was just. If you don't
I,
have any, that's fine. You don't have to make
no,
them.
I didn't. I haven't watched any older movies lately. I said, but
For me, it was
man.
Avatar. Avatar came back in theaters. I think it was
Oh,
at the end of
so new
September.
movies?
The movies, the movie Avatar.
New movie? Oh, new movies? You're talking about older movies? That I really would.
Well, it's 13
That's us
years
confused.
old.
Oh, okay, so you're not talking about the. Okay, so I was confused about the question was because you brought up Avatar, so I assumed you're talking about the new movies. But
That's why I said Avatar came back in theaters in September.
yeah,
The original
I said
Avatar. So it's an old favorite of mine, and for me, that was my equivalent to Austin. It still was great. Actually, it was even better than I remembered. Got to see it in IMAX, so that was a big treat for me. Um, that's probably the only thing that matches that description. Of course, I have seen Avatar 2 as well. That's a new movie. Um, what's your favorite movie of the year, like for like new theatrical releases?
let me go pull it up. But I'm pretty sure it was the Batman.
Really? Even over Top
Yeah,
Gun?
Top Gun was number 2.
Wow, behind Batman, huh?
I can lead you out the list. I had a top 10. And these are all movies that I've seen, not
Remember, I
movies that.
couldn't make it.
But no, this was
You-
actually a movie show. I did this for top movies and TVs. This was Tuesday night, or
this
no,
is
Sunday
we're
night.
not. That's a
Past-
whole different channel. That's not us.
Yeah, yeah. You're talking about if you're talking about movie stuff, that's Extreme Movie Show. I only
I was
talked
just
about
curious
comic
what your
books.
favorite movie was.
Favorite movie of the year of 2020. I'll start with number 10 though. 'Cause I already told you my number 1 is
No,
Batman.
I'm not looking for a top 10 list. I just want to know what your favorite movie of 2022 was.
Well, you don't care about the movies I watch?
If you want to give a top 10, go for it. You're
Fine.
50-50 of the show.
Because I know that you guys don't really.
I don't
talk
have
about
a
movies.
top 10, so I'm not gonna give a top 10.
So you gotta check out this. This is based on movies I watch. There's a lot of movies that came out, and I really didn't watch movies at all last year, mainly because I just didn't care for the stuff. So my number 10 is a movie. It's on the list because I did watch it. Didn't really care for it though, but I thought it was still great. That was Uncharted. Number 9 was Day Shift. That was a Netflix movie. Jamie Foxx, Snoop Dogg. Number 8 was Morbius. I enjoyed it. That was a good movie. Blacklight with Liam Neeson came out earlier last year. Then Dog. You ever watch that? Channing Tatum? Fun movie.
Dog. No, I haven't even heard of
Yeah.
it.
Channing Tatum and the dog. He's a former serviceman. The canine is what he's gonna be. Is supposed to be. He's uncontrollable. They basically need him to escort him to his friend's funeral because the guy who worked with the dog, he died. Now they need him, Channing Tatum, to take the dog from point A to point B, across the country. They get to the funeral, and
Oh,
along the way, the dog has PTSD, so he has to like in both, and he has uh gets these headaches, he gets these migraine stuff. He's got concussion. So both of them basically bond along the way.
oh.
Very
Well,
good movie.
this sounds right up
It's
my
called
alley.
it's called Dog, DOG. Number 5 was Adam Project, Ryan Reynolds movie.
I
That was
did
pretty
not get a
cool.
chance to see that.
Yeah. Number 4 is Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness. Number 3 was Black Adam, and number 2 was Top Gun and Maverick, and then number 1 was the Batman. So
Black Adam was your number 3.
yeah,
And you didn't you so you saw and we were giving you shit about this. And I'm not trying to give you shit now, but
Mm.
you did not like Bullet Train, right?
I saw Bullet Train. I just wasn't my. I just should have been Ryan Reynolds. Like it just I don't I like Brad Pitt, but I didn't feel like a Brad Pitt movie.
Hmm.
Me.
All right. Um I was really blown like I don't want to say I was blown away, but I went in with very, very low expectations. I did not like the trailer for that movie, and I came away really impressed at how much I liked that film. So, um, I-
Yeah.
Batman is another movie. The Batman was another movie I came in with really low expectations, expecting to hate it, and it was a lot better than I thought it was going to be. But as the year went on, it just kept dropping. Like there's just more better. For a while, it was like the number 2 movie. It was like Top Gun and then Batman. Um, but
So, do you want to hear my top 10 TV shows? Because I bet you probably haven't watched a lot of TV.
I watched a few TV.
And
But yeah, what's let's hear your top 10 TV.
now I don't really watch that much TV myself. So this is what I
Yes,
saw
you
over the year.
do. What are you talking about?
Shows that I like that I actually really like. They made it onto the list. I review. Number 10 was Willow. The end of I'm only 3 episodes in. I've been enjoying it for Disney Plus show. Number 9 is Peacemaker, which you can find over on HBO Max. 8 is Bosch Legacy, which is on Amazon. 7 is Reacher, which is also on Amazon. Number 6 is The Terminal List, which is also on Amazon. Number 5 is All of Us Are Dead, which you can find over on Netflix. Currently liking right now is The Tulsa King, which is on Paramount. That's my number 4. Number 3 is Jack Ryan's season 3. Over on Amazon. Number 2 is The Old Man, which is you can watch on Hulu the first season. And my number 1 of 2022, which I just loved, was Resident Alien season 2, which is on Sci-Fi, starring
Isn't
Alan
Alien is
Tudyk.
your number 1 show?
Yeah, I just love it. The comedy and everything. It's just fun.
Okay. Fair enough.
It's a sci-fi show, that's not woke. Figure that out.
Oh, just having a show
And
that's not woke is
well, no,
something
but
hard to get to
that's
today.
yeah. And then adding a plot on that and Alan Tudyk it just being hilarious. They even had brought in Nathan Fillion on there. Those two are like those guys are best friends in real life ever since Firefly. So like when Alan Tudyk does a show, he tries to get Nathan Fillion on, vice versa. So on the Rookie, they had Alan Tudyk appear on there. But yeah, dude, Resident Alien is hilarious. And now that's based off a comic book I didn't read until afterwards, and I love both versions. Kind of like The Boys, which we're talking about tonight.
Hmm.
I love the TV show, and I love the comic book.
So this is the movie you were talking about, Dog.
Yep, with Channing Tatum.
Oh, you know me, I'm a sucker for dogs. Um, and
Why is it in Spanish?
the storyline you described. Yeah. This
Yeah,
is a website that I use. It's also an app called Just Watch. And
I've heard of it.
yeah, for those of you who haven't heard of it, it's an aggregate site. And what it does is you can sign up and it's free, it doesn't cost anything. You just make an account. What it does is it lets you input the different streaming services that you have, and then you can go through and it will show you like what's on, um, and then like where you can stream it. So like for example, so I looked up Dog, and I can watch it either I can stream it on Prime Video or I can rent it on Apple TV. and it knows I have Prime Video. But if I didn't have Prime Video, it wouldn't show. So it only shows you the stuff if like you have available, which is handy because there's like 50, 60, like there's dozens and dozens of streaming services when you get past just the big ones, and it's stupid. Um, so sometimes it's a pain in the ass when you're like, oh, I want to watch this movie or this show, and you like don't know what streaming service is on, and
Yep.
like pulling up Netflix, is it there? No, okay, go to Prime. Go to HBO Max. No, like it's a pain in the ass. So I can go to one
I used
place,
yeah, yeah.
and what's cool is like, so if I wanted to watch this, like, right, I could just click on, okay, cool, click that. Now, in the browser version works differently than the app version, but it'll like they have the on smart TVs or whatever, and it will launch the appropriate app. So I can just click play, so that it'll launch. This is the web version, so it's just going to the web thing. But if it were
Yeah,
on
yeah,
your
I do
phone
that.
or if it were on your smart TV app, or whatever, it would just launch your service, and that's
Yeah,
really
Roku.
cool.
They have the feature with the Roku. You can just type in the name and it'll tell you where it is, how much it is, price.
Sure,
Web browser, you can just go into Google, type in the name, do Google search, and it says uh viewing options on the right side.
sure. Yeah, Roku's a service, but you think about Roku is you got to buy a Roku. This is just open to anybody. It works on your phone, your
Yeah.
tablets. So I'm just sharing with what people's on the screen. You don't have to get it. I find it really valuable because I just hate looking all around, and I don't have to ever worry
I
about
love
paying.
I yeah, I love competition though. If I can find it cheaper somewhere else, sure.
Yeah, there was another
But
service I used to use before Just Watch. It was called Video, VIDIO, and then they like went out of business. And I was like, oh, so um, but
don't
yeah,
they usually
so
get bought out by somebody? They sell the rights and then they kind of like with the guy I do for MySpace. Now there's like 30 different like kind of MySpace websites popping up.
well, MySpace is still around.
Well, new owners now, yeah. But I'm saying the original format though, the MySpace 1.0, that layout. A lot of social media sites use that.
So for me, I don't have a top 10, but I'm gonna just
Well,
name off some of the
give me, yeah,
shows that
yeah,
I really
that you
liked.
watch.
I
Go.
really like Jack Reacher, and I really like Terminal List, and The Boys 3. Off the top of my head, Boys season 3 might be my favorite. Um, what else did I watch? Oh, Star Wars Andor. Holy shit, shocked the hell out of me.
That was on Pixel's list too. When we're talking about on Sunday, he's like,
This is
"Ugh."
this is the best Star Wars thing Disney has done. Even better than The Last Jedi. That's kind of a
Nothing's
joke.
better than Ray.
That's kind of a joke because everyone hates Last Jedi but me. But no, Star Wars Andor, far and away, when it comes to the TV stuff, absolutely. Just it feels cinematic. It doesn't feel like a TV show. That's one of the things that really bothers me about like The Mandalorian is it just doesn't have that full Star Wars level of quality, which you might say, well, Ash, it's a TV show. Of course, it's not going to be the same as like the movie. I go, yeah, yeah, I get it. But when you watch Andor, it feels cinema level, like movie quality. Um, and the showrunner who did it, I'm drawing a blank on his name right now, but he wrote all the Jason Bourne films. He's
Okay.
um he's a big spy thriller guy. I went because I didn't know who he was. Like, who is this guy? And I went through and I'm like, oh, his like resume is really strong, especially in spy stuff. And this Star Wars Andor, it doesn't really 100% feel like Star Wars. Like it does, it feels like it's in that universe like really well, but it's a different tone. It feels like it's a 12 episode season, but it feels like two
Uh,
seasons. It feels like six episodes is like one story arc, just like comic books, and then another. So the first 6 episodes feels kind of like Dirty Dozen. You ever seen that movie Dirty Dozen? Um, it feels like
a
that,
long time ago.
and then the second one feels more almost like, I don't know, like like half spy thriller, half Escape from Alcatraz. Um, anyways, it is really really well done. I was like, please put this guy in charge of Star Wars TV content because, and I don't even like Andor. Like Rogue One, I hate, like he was my least favorite character. I was like, I hate this Cassian Andor guy. It's like, and then they made the show, and I was like, wait, you didn't put the cool robot? Like the droid is what everyone loves, and there's no Alan Tudyk. Like, are you crazy? You made an Andor? Like, and then I watched it, and I was like, okay, I'm sold. It's I'm not sure
Tony
how much
Gilroy,
you,
this guy created.
yeah, Gilroy is his name. I'm not sure how much you might like it, RDV. It is very much a slow burn.
Well,
Um, but
I'm not liking the fact that they forgot to put the combo between the and the or. Star Wars and or something else.
Andor. Yeah. Trying to remember what else I've seen. Those are the ones that are sticking out in my mind as the best of 2022 for me.
That's right. You don't have you don't have access to cable a lot, so but you do have access to normal TV, right?
No,
Uh,
I, I,
not even like ABC or
no. There's nothing worth watching on. I haven't been watching broadcast television
mm,
forever. Even when I did have cable, like I had cable so that I could watch cable networks, because ABC and NBC and CBS, like the shows that they have, I can't stand. I I can't stand like NCIS or CSI, or like you're just the to me that's like the fast food of television. And I'm not trying to knock anyone if you do. I just it's not what I want. Like I want the much higher level type, like more like the HBO original programming type of level of quality. I once I experienced that type of, quality television, I just can't go back. And right now you have like the streaming services that
oh,
are doing that level. You're never going to find something the level of like Reacher on like CBS, or even higher quality, which was the Terminal List.
hey, this guy had brought up something interesting during the auction earlier that night. He'd said about what Amazon buying the rights to the I guess the air or create a new Adams Family, which is kind of crazy because right now Netflix has rights to do the Wednesday show, Wednesday Adams Family. It's focused on her, but it has features Adams Family. So I wonder how that's going to work out. Unless Amazon's only allowed to air the older stuff.
Yeah.
Um, so there was a movie that I know that you watched on Netflix. It came out last year, and you went just crazy over it. Um, it had Ryan Gosling in it.
Oh, I didn't go crazy over, but yeah, it's definitely worth a mention.
I
Um,
I see you went kind of crazy because you talked about it nonstop. Well, you've never seen
I
this?
probably talked a lot about. Are you talking about the Gray Man?
Yes.
Yes, I probably talked a lot about it just because there was such a dearth of quality, especially the COVID era stuff. Like, so when something like reasonably good came out, I probably was going a lot get harder on it. I was just more excited than I normally. The competition is so it's like we have so little quality that what little shows up like stands out more. The Gray Man is definitely worth watching in my opinion, especially since it is a streaming service. Like it's if I would have paid a full ticket price in the theaters, I think I would have walked away like, oh, okay, that was fun, but I wouldn't have been like jumping for joy. But the fact that I could just see it for it's like I already have Netflix, I'm not paying
Yeah.
any extra, like I get a whole brand new movie. Yeah, this is super solid. Like, give me more of this. Ton of fun.
So
Um,
my favorite Netflix new show that came out, or at least it wasn't really new. They had 2 seasons so far. Is Samurai Rabbit, the Usagi
no,
Chronicles,
please,
followed
no.
by Resident Evil. I watched Resident Evil, and I enjoyed it because
Oh,
it was so bad. I enjoyed it.
I Oh, Resident Evil. The things I heard about Resident Evil.
Uh, it
Oh.
there's so many things that made me roll my eyes, but I kind of a lot of things I just laughed because it was just so dull. But overall, I like the fact there are zombies. I'm like, it's like watching the worst version of even of Resident Evil at all, and name drop COVID in there. I was like, of course you're gonna drop it in there, like but I like the zombies when they had like the practical effects when it came to zombies. It was really cool. Um, there was one zombie that hive zombie, like a mother zombie that can she had released a pheromone. She was able to like control the other zombies. So I mean, there were some interesting things in there, but overall the story plot was dull. Two sisters grew up in a basically decide one flees, the other one stays behind, works for Umbrella, rises up the ranks, and now they're hunting the one sister down, and they're just pitted against each other. I'm just like, oh. And then they had like three different. This is multiplicity. Lance Reddick plays Wesker. I didn't care about the race swap, whatever. What pissed me off is that they had clones of Wesker, a dumb one and then a smart one, working for Umbrella. I was like, really doing the clone thing again, which isn't anything new because we saw this with the live action movies. Remember all the different Melias they had in one movie, Army of Milas, Alice's character.
Mhm.
Ugh. So yeah, it had its moments where it was like I was kind of like, oh, this is kind of funny, and other parts is like, please make an end. But you know, to be honest, I felt the same way about Peacemaker at certain parts. I was just like, this is just too much.
Oh,
But
Peacemaker would make my list too. Peacemaker was
yeah.
good. Um,
But the worst show though, not even Resident Evil. Reginald the Vampire was on Sci-Fi. That no, that the main actor is the guy who played Ned on the Spider-Man movies for Marvel. He's a guy who just happens. He's a big loser and ends up being bit, and he's like, "Oh, I'm a vampire now." Woo! I was like,
and you watch this? Why?
I watched the first episode because I
Okay.
just want to see so I can just see how
Mm.
horrible they can make this character. Is any worse than his character Ned? And I just like they're like, dude, hold my beer. I was like, what?
It's hard.
No.
It's hard for me to pick bad stuff because I just tend to just steer clear. So like the Resident Evil, I was just like, I'm not really interested in the Resident Evil stuff anyway. I didn't expect it to be good, and when it got all the flack that it did, I was like, wow. Um, Although I did watch Cowboy Bebop, so I really wanted that to be good. Speaking of
Oh,
also good, the final season of His Dark Materials um, is out. Just started on December 5th, and this is a series that I don't think gets nearly enough attention. Fantastic! It's another bit of a slow burn series. They did this is based on a trilogy of books. That's why there's only 3 seasons because there's only 3 books. Um, and they did adapt this years ago as a movie called The Golden Compass. Did you ever see that movie?
I've only seen the Golden Child.
Okay. There was a movie like in the mid 2000s called The Golden Compass, and that's the first book in the series. And then the movie didn't really do that well, and then they just never made the other two. And so HBO did a TV show called His Dark Materials, which is the name of the trilogy. Um, and I kind of knew about it. I was like, oh, okay, I kind of like Golden Compass, and and I'd heard good things about it. We started watching it earlier this year. We saw the first 2 seasons. Season 3 hadn't been done yet, and it just released. So we started where we watched the first 5 episodes of season 3. This is a phenomenal series. It has the HBO quality that you're used to, like that you see in like production levels of like Game of Thrones. Like it's just really highly produced. Um, they do some computer effects in this for because they have these characters have these like animal companions, but they're not really animals. They're demons. It's kind of like their spirit animal, but they just look like animals. And because they have to interact they can, like, for example, they can talk. They're sentient. They can't use real animals, but the computer effects, it's flawless. They look like it's one of those shows that you're like, wow, this doesn't look like a show. It looks like I'm watching a movie, but it's a every, it's just a episodic. And yeah, highly recommend this show to anyone if it has HBO Max. That's something I wanted to mention as a highlight. And then also I wanted to address, Austin said something in chat. He said, all I heard about Andor, it's Star Wars, but it's not, which at this point, just make your own sci-fi property. You make a good point on that comment, but I wanted to address that when I say it's like Star Wars, but it's not, and maybe what other people are saying too, is it's like Star Wars in the fact that they do a really good job making it feel like you are in Star Wars. Like the world feels like what you understand. But when I say it's not like Star Wars, is that it's tonally different. And for me, I just use the original trilogy as the bar. The original trilogy is the monomyth hero's journey story. It's like the epitome of movies. When you think about movies telling the hero's journey, Star Wars is probably top of the list. Everyone has been trying to copy that through, the Matrix. Through, I'm trying to think of new, it's just they're doing that same type of thing. Star Wars does that, and Lucas, in so doing it, tried to capture the feel of old serials like Flash Gordon and so forth. And there's a very certain stylistic tone on how he tells that story that just feels like it's harder to describe, but it's like you when you see it, you know what it is. You recognize it. This is on the surface, like you look at, go, wow, this is Star Wars. Like these characters, like this world, how it's being portrayed is all accurate. But it's not a hero's journey like monomyth type of thing. It's not told like this, like a saga, like a Flash Gordon type thing. It's told like Dirty Dozen. If you ever watched that movie, Dirty Dozen, or something, it's so you're like, oh, your brain is kind of like, oh, this looks. And so I would say because it's in that fashion that it's contextually accurate, that you don't want to make your own property, because then it would just watch Dirty Dozen, like that's its own property. The parts that are Star Wars about it are Star Wars, right? That's why, and they don't lose that. If they reverse the two, if they were like, yeah, it's told like for example, here's an example. Willow, the original movie Willow, is almost a clone of Star Wars, like
Oh,
beat for beat, character for character. I mean, I can give you analog to every character in the movie Willow has the equivalent in Star Wars. They're just like George Lucas just transposed them over. But it's not Star Wars. It's a fantasy tale that's like, like a more Tolkien-esque type fantasy tale, which I happen to love. But at that point, you're just like, oh well, all you did was copy the tone, but not the actual world. So I hopefully that helps clarify a little bit that Andor is very much, it feels like Star Wars, but telling a different type of story within the Star Wars world. So you get the world that you love and a different type of story. Um, yeah, Force Awakens is different. Like, yeah, Force Awakens feels like Star Wars because they pretty much copied A New Hope. um, and yeah, threw in a lot of nostalgia. Everything, yeah, you're right. This is not in that fashion of new. Totally different. Do not think that Andor is doing it the way A New Hope or that Force Awakens did. Force Awakens feels like a cheap carbon copy, um, with nostalgia and all this stuff. This feels like someone had a serious story that they wanted to tell and really utilize the Star Wars universe to tell it. And yeah, Willow's fantastic. Love the movie. Great. Willow is fantastic. I wish more people appreciated it. Rhaegar says, "How's the new Willow show?" You've seen it and made your top 10.
Yeah,
Um,
obviously, Val Kilmer can't be in it due to well his current physical health. Um, It'd be really hard to throw him in there. I mean, have just talk like this the whole time, unless they kill him off in the first 5 seconds. Because yeah. So anyway, so there's two characters in there. They do have are basically twins. They're his basically the children of his character and the knight, I guess the girl from the beginning, the Finn Willow movie. Forgot what her name is, but they have kids. His character is pretty much dies before the show even takes place. He's dead. She's his the queen is basically his former lover. She's the queen now, and Alora has been hidden because for whatever reason they decided they didn't want the evil to know where that Alora is. They gave her a different name and all that stuff. Um, I love Warwick Davis's his acting in this. It's he's not like in his 40s. It's uh, and he was only 17 years old when he did that movie. They brought his real life daughter in there too. It was to play his character Willow's daughter in this. It's overall it's been a fun series. Now now this is where I know Ash, you might not like this, but the daughter, the princess is gay. It's gonna happen.
hooray.
Yeah, but you know what though? They really don't plan it. Um, but overall though, it's so far what I've watched. I've enjoyed it. It's not your typical Disney Plus show, so they can't really ruin it as much. But
I'm gonna watch it.
yeah,
I've just had some apprehension because I am very attached to the original movie, and I fluctuate. I watch
yeah.
I watch Obi-Wan, and I want to go kick puppies because I hated the Obi-Wan TV show so much and how bad Disney is mishandled. And I was like, man, I thought Obi-Wan was going to be great. I was like, oh, you're finally okay. Yes, bring back Ewan McGregor. Go back to let's tie in the prequels and stuff. And nope, that was probably the worst thing Disney has done so far. I think Obi-Wan is outside the nonsensical like animated bullshit that they do. But as far as like live action movies or TV, I think Obi-Wan is the worst. So I see that and I'm like, oh God, if they do this to Willow. And then I see Andor and I'm like, whoa, holy shit. This is really, and so I'm like, well, maybe there is hope. So yeah, I don't know. And I don't know anyone that wants to watch it. Like my buddy, who's like the second biggest Star Wars fan next to me that I know, had for whatever reason, like has never seen Willow, doesn't want to see Willow, and I'm like, I don't get you, man. Like you and I are
Yeah,
like the same. We're from like the same, generation. Like, how is it you've never seen? He's just one of those people that's never saw it, and I'm like, I was like, all right. So he doesn't want to see it, and I'm like, I just have to sit and watch it by myself, and I don't know. I'll get to it eventually. Oh, that's another thing too. A lot of fantasy series have been coming out, right? So we had the return of they made the spin-off of Game of Thrones. They made the new Lord of the Rings spin-off, and then we've got the Willow show. So I haven't watched Game of Thrones, but I did watch the first couple episodes of Lord of the Rings, and that also kind of drained me too. I was like, oh, I can't go on. Uh,
you'll be fine.
As Austin says, George Lucas did a sequel for Willow with Chris Claremont in the 90s. It was a trilogy of novels. That is correct. I was super, super, super stoked. And thank you for mentioning that because that might be another reason that I hadn't thought of why I don't have enthusiasm. Because I went through the roof when that trilogy came out, or at least the first book came out, because it was hardcover, which if you for those of you who don't know, when you release a book in hardcover, especially back then, it means like this is a serious book. Most books like there was a Star Wars novel after the movie came out. There was called Splinter the Mind's Eye. It never got a hardcover edition. They just released a paperback. It's like Pulp Fiction. Not the movie Pulp Fiction, but the term Pulp Fiction. most junk books like Star Wars, Star Trek novels, etc., spin out like all just come on paperback because they're not treated as real serious stuff. And so when Willow came out, it was a hardcover book. It was by George Lucas and Chris Claremont, who, you know me, got a thing for Chris Claremont. Like I was like, are you kidding me? The guy's does that. Like I was so stoked. Bought that novel, read it. It's terrible. Let me just tell you, it's nonsense. I was so I was like, what the hell did I read? And I never read the next two. So maybe it gets better, but I couldn't and so now I don't know. Speaking of Lucasfilm novels, the pre-Disney Kenobi novel about him adjusting to Tatooine life is fantastic. Before the Dark Times, Before the Mouse. Yeah, I mean it's hard to do worse than what Disney did. Disney, I mean they basically made Kenobi the Princess Leia show. Like, eh, did you see the Kenobi show, Bankman?
I know I didn't. I chose not to.
Yeah, you're not a super big Star Wars nerd.
I only recognize one Kenobi, and that's the one that's from the the three movies.
Oh, you don't even like the prequels?
No, I hate the prequels.
Oh, okay.
Lisa
Um,
don't like them.
um, the prequels are definitely not as good as the original trilogy, but they have a special place in my heart too. Um, yeah, the TV show, they 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 put Princess Leia in the show, but as a little kid, she's like 7 years old or
Oh,
something,
I heard about that. Yeah.
and the whole like hook of the show is like she gets kidnapped, so Obi-Wan's got to go. He has to leave Tatooine, so Luke is because he's on Tatooine like watching Luke, so he leaves to go save Princess Leia from his kidnappers or whatever. And number one, they turn Princess Leia into just like Mary Sue, kind of like she could just do anything like that she
Oh,
needed to. Like, and I was just like, she's like 7 years old and she's like super tech whiz and she's building like droids and all this. I'm just like, come on. And she's got like no fear. She's super into, and I was just like, she's like telling
all right.
Obi-Wan what to do. And yeah, I
So
just
I want to apologize to Austin P. I just saw his thing. He asked me a question about the Willow thing. Who played the princess? It's Ruby Cruz. Who's been in she's been in Mayor of Easttown, Aging Out, as a few other things. Ellie Bamber plays Alora. They even brought in the dude who Tony Revolori, who plays Flash Thompson in the MCU. Christian Slater is going to be in it, or he already is. Joanne Wiley is Sorsha. She's the queen. She's the one that played Val Kilmer's wife in real life and in the movie. And then they have Aaron Kellyman, who was the villain, the terrorist in Snowman and the Falcon, aka uh, Winter Soldier in the Falcon. So,
Austin
but
says based on my taste, he bets the Willow novels are fantastic. That's
I didn't even know they even had Willow novels. That's the thing. I thought Willow was just a standalone this movie that
yeah. There's a reason why you don't know because they were terrible. They there was 3 books. They came out hardcovers. Chris Claremont and George Lucas,
So how
and
good were the Star Wars books though? Apparently, though there was some books too.
they're hit or miss. Like, but Star Wars is a much bigger property. So I mean, you can
So
have
the
mediocre Star Wars novels and people are gonna read them.
so the redeeming quality of Ruby Cruz's character is she plays Kit in there. She acts just like Val Kilmer's character in the movie. She really takes after him. She's conniving, kind of greedy, spoiled. So
Yeah, yeah. I didn't
there's 8
mind.
episodes.
I didn't mind that Obi-Wan left Tatooine. I didn't mind that at all. I just minded like how it like the whole movie he's just like got PTSD and he can't use the force anymore and he's just like full of self-doubt and I was like, "Are you kidding me? Like this is do you remember the first Star Wars movie? Like when Luke comes to him, like he's just full confidence, like you must become a Jedi. Let's go to Alderaan. Blah blah blah. Like he's just like take charge. I'm like, this is not Obi-Wan at all. Like they just completely foobarred the character, made him this like sniveling, like scared, just I can't do anything. Like Leia has to like a little 7-year-old girl, like telling him to do. I'm like, God, this is so dumb. And it wasn't even otherwise. The Leia character wasn't even that bad. I was like, they actually she was kind of cute and adorable, and I was like, there was a lot of potential with this character, but how it all came together, and then half the story was like ruined because they made this like Sith Lord apprentice girl, the black girl that was in that caught all the controversy, which we all know was done for racist reasons. And I'm gonna spoil major spoiler for Kenobi right now. I don't like to spoil stuff, but this is garbage anyway. So if you plug your ears, if you don't, I feel anyone that cares was already seen it. But spoiler, she turns out to be good. So number one, you have this whole thing where Star Wars, the original trilogy, establishes that once you go down the dark path, forever dominates your destiny. You don't come back from the dark side unless you're the chosen one, Anakin Skywalker. He's the only one who should be able to do that, and only because of the power of Luke transforming him, making the ultimate sacrifice at the end of Return of the Jedi. But she just decides, oh, I'm going to just turn my ways because, of course, because she's the ultimate. She was the total Mary Sue, and her whole thing when she was in hiding, she was just wants to kill Darth Vader. And I was like, this is so stupid. So now she's running around. We have basically a Jedi character running around, super badass Mary Sue Jedi, that they just use the Kenobi vehicle to prop her up. And I'm just like, this isn't why I watched Kenobi. I don't want to see SJW prop up characters. That's exactly what we get in the comics, right? When we get like Jane Foster Thor, and then we have to have Thor come on and page and be like, "Yeah, she's the best Thor. She's even better than me." Blah blah blah. So that's kind of like how I don't want to see that. Like, if you want to make a new character, make a new character, make a vehicle, try to sell it on her own. But you know it won't because she was totally unlikable. It was a dumb character. It didn't make sense in the Star Wars lore. And so what you did is you had her hijack the Obi-Wan show to tell it to try to give and it was pointless because it didn't launch anything. Everyone just wants to forget about this character. Sorry, I was really actually it's the only Star Wars thing I've watched that's made me mad. Like I was mad. And I saw Rise of Skywalker, and I guess maybe I walked into Rise of Skywalker knowing it was going to be hot garbage, but even Rise of Skywalker didn't make me mad. Um, yeah, Rhaegar says you can't have any bad guy minority characters. Another woke trope. Or they cannot fully be evil, and you have to make a huge attempt to make them seem not responsible fully for their actions. Exactly what happened in Kenobi. It's, she was a she was one of when in the prequels when Anakin kills all the younglings, she was one of the younglings that survived, and so now she wants to kill Anakin. Um, because of course she survived because she's perfect.
No,
Um,
and no, and this makes Anakin not perfect. He missed one. He's an idiot.
yeah,
Which I agree. As I said, the whole thing is like, if you're gonna do that, they should have showed Anakin actually just like slaughtering the kid, just cutting him down with a lightsaber. Ah! You're gonna go that route. Might
well,
as well.
it was a kids movie. This wasn't a Garth Ennis Star Wars.
Can you imagine that? Oh God!
um, let's see. Rhaegar says, "I already know that Kang is not going to be a complete villain, even though I really want to see Ant-Man 3." Well, we already know that because of Loki, right? Loki informed us. Um, although it depends on how you view the whatever that guy's name. Um, what's that character's name, Bangman?
Loki? For what? What are we talking? What show?
The Loki show that they meet the Kang character at the end of the show, but he's not called Kang in the show. He's called the
Oh,
He Who
oh,
Remains or something like that. Or
yeah. He remains. Yeah, at the end of time, he remains. But
yeah,
I saw they're actually making him in the posters. He's gonna look like Kang in the comic books.
He is Kang. So
Yeah,
w-
he is Kang. It's just that at that moment in history, he wasn't Kang.
no,
Now
no, he
the
remember.
problem with this is it's
No, no,
different from what Kang's lore
no,
is.
no, no. He was Kang. The difference is Kang, as we know it, is his variant.
Well,
That's the whole.
he killed all the Kangs.
Yes, Kang was dead in the timeline that they met, but they undid the timeline at the end of Loki, which
He
means
killed all the because he killed Kang, the original guy. That was what it was a variant was a Kang. There was
he's
an evil one,
yeah, he who
and he
remains is a variant of Kang.
yeah.
That I guess that's the easiest way to put it. So, um, yeah, I really liked Loki. Loki was really surprising, and I'm glad. I saw Ant-Man 3. And I'm like, oh yes, please bring back the storyline because Loki was like the only thing that felt like big picture MCU. All this other MCU stuff is just like, oh, Eternals are doing nothing that matters. And what's his name? Um, the not actually master of kung fu. Um,
Shang Chi.
Shang Chi, as he's been rebranded. Shang Chi, the not actually the master of kung fu, because his sister
Uh,
is better than him, even though he got
Shang,
training and she didn't. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. I hate that movie. God.
they call it Shang Fu now.
God.
Too long for you.
God. I was like,
They let
I
you
could
boogaloo.
I could I'm like having a physical reaction right now in Shang-Chi at the end of the movie when they show how she's better than he is and she just trained herself. I was like, this is the epitome of the Mary Sue nonsense that's invaded pop culture. And I'm like, this is why these women characters are stupid, not because they're women, but because they're Mary Sue's. Mary Sue's are stupid. We want to see good female characters like Ellen Ripley and um, uh, Sarah Connor, and like they don't. We want to see the imperfections. We want to see the weaknesses because that makes the strengths all the better. Oh, oh well,
Yes, we want to see death and destruction too.
we do,
I want to see worlds burn and people cry. Kids cut down with lightsabers. Do that.
man. All right. Well, Venkman is
And cats taking over the world. Just
evil black cats.
no, less evil. Ginger cats.
You want to see less evil. Well, if they're taking over the world, shouldn't they be more evil?
Well, who is there to call them evil if they take over the world?
Well, morality is not relative.
Well, that'd be weird. Nobody's dating morality. We don't
That's-
want no incestive morality.
Oh, all right. Speaking of weird and morality, we've
And an hour
got.
and a half later,
Hey now, you
I
can.
like it better in the lullabies. You took a half an hour and you got straight to the point.
I didn't have a point. I just like doing a stream and talking about comics with you.
I know.
Um, but I thought it was a good segue, and I'm trying to make an attempt. So this
But
is
we don't do
part where
segues here.
this is
The
the
last,
part where
hey, the
you
last. Did you know that the last time a guy used a segue, he went off a cliff? We don't use segues here.
anyone who uses a Segway near a cliff is deserves their fate.
I don't. I think he was murdered. The guy who created the segue. Yeah,
Maybe I can't
it was-
imagine you would be using something like that near a cliff. I wouldn't. So
every
Austin
time I hear,
P is taking off because see this is why we have to do other stuff because certain people that watch the show they don't watch it for the boys. In fact, they actually leave when the boys comes on. So if we just did boys only, like then Austin wouldn't have a reason to come by. We like Austin.
I like girls. I don't do boys.
It's really you have to forgive RDV. It's really late where he is. Um,
It's 1:34. I'm. I don't know. It's a little weird for me till tonight. Well,
Austin, uh, Austin says that Loki is one where he heard that they just emasculated their main character again. They didn't. You have to understand that Loki
nope,
already is kind of emasculate. Like Loki in lore
is
is
gay. He's in the bestiality too.
yeah, Loki is truly what you would call non-binary. And I don't say that in like the woke sense. Like even in Nordic lore, like he yeah, he in bestiality. Like he births the Midgard serpent. But he's also a creature of myth, so it's different. So but Loki has never been a masculine character. And so his role and portrayal in the Loki show, I don't feel diminished that character at all. In my opinion, I think the Loki show is outstanding. You can critique anything, and I can even critique that show. And I didn't actually love it the first time I saw it. I was like, oh, it's decent. And it was only when I watched it the second time and saw all the more complex storytelling and I understood the ending better and saw like what was really going on. And I was like, oh my God, this is huge. Um, that I really started falling in love with it. But anyways, um, just want to address that. Austin's out. Venkman is the best co-host, says our Rhaegar. And here we go into the
Well,
boys.
thank you, little Rhaegar. I like it too.
Oh, now you like boys.
Well, Rhaegar's not a boy; he's a guy. There's a difference between,
Oh, okay. You like guys.
yeah. What's wrong with that? Are you judging?
Nothing. Nothing. I'm yeah. So do you how do you want to do this? You want me to give the synopsis? How you want to? We got 6 issues to fly by through.
Oh, well, you're pretty far in. You're at the last book right now
Am I? Oh,
on
I
my
am.
screen on live
Hold on
stream.
here. Hold on here.
You're on the very last issue. I was like, oh, you're
Boink.
way too far in.
Amazing. There we are.
That's what she said.
It's
Boink,
it's
done.
funny because the cover of the graphic novel is the same as that issue, and I didn't notice the difference. So here we go. Thank you for pointing that out to me. Now back to my
Yeah.
original question.
What? Okay. All right. So you're on the correct issue, right? You're on.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Oh, Gary. Okay. Okay. Because I was looking at, it, I was like, it showed the White House again. I think stupid graphic novels. Like, uh. All right. We can go over this. All right.
No.
This is part one. This is part 1 of 6. Over the hill with the swords of 1,000 men. This is Butcher. Just kind of relaxing, enjoying some TV, watching some stuff, or not TV, but watching something on there. He's in that. He's like, all right. He's like, and then this is a sad part now. Remember, I told you setup. He just lost his dog. Uh, the issue before this. Someone murdered his dog, his best friend. And then as he's done with this, he's like, all right, come on, Terry. Like, oh, we go, mate. And he's like, oh shit, he forgot his dog's dead. He's so long. He's been living with his dog for so long. And people who own dogs, when your dog, you do everything with, you can have it. Your dog passes away. It takes a while to basically remember. Same with a loved one. So we start off a little, reminder. And this is a good reminder for those who basically didn't tune in 2 weeks ago. Yeah. So, all right. So then we get here. We goes to the Dakota Bob. He's like, sure, we need you to go in here. We're gonna have this little meeting here, and I love what he says. He's like, he's like, a little goon breaks through my defense. He's like, I'm just getting a headache just thinking about him. He's talking about the vice president, who's such a moron. We see him outside. He's playing with he's like with the dog. And they're talking about security because everybody knows that Red River was basically working for Vought American. They infiltrate the government, try to take out Dakota Pop. He's like, and his assistant, it's the point where it's like it's such a headache, because the point where they don't know what is what, but they think they've got all the Red River agents out of the Secret Service. But the problem is that we haven't been able to hire anybody new because they're afraid. They're paranoid. And he points like, well, maybe they're just maybe they're just as paranoid as we are. He's like, well, not really. It's been over a year since anybody's joined his detail, and so he has to go meet with after this he has to go meet with the VP for with these kids, and he prints out how the kids are pretty much like they're kind of special. I mean, retarded, and then I love he's walking the way. He's like, oh, for Christ's sake, you throw the stick and he fetches it. At least do something right. At least get that much right. He's talking about the VP. So he's like, yeah, Mr. Fuzzy Wuzzy. He's a complete moron.
Yeah.
I don't know how well, we know how he got voted into office. He was pushed and put in there. Now, this is where it gets, now, Mother Milk, is just, you see him punch a TV, and he throws a laptop, throws a chair, and he's yelling, fucking horror. We don't know yet, but we'll find out soon. We get I love the little vantage shot here, which shows the apartment where the leader in up there. So I like the design with the little leaf stuff. All right, so now this is a crazy scene here because it's basically special needs kids that have special animals. And here's it's what's the name of the bird's name is? It's Pink Coat Pranku or Pinku, Mister. Or thank you, because she has no teeth, and so she's got a pet falcon. He goes here and we see what is it like, hi, I'm Tommy, and this is my Wolverine named Tommy. He's like, oh, you named him after you? No, he doesn't look very happy, does he? He's like, I think we'll just let him in the box for now. And then you see here comes the VP and Mr. Fuzzy Wuzzy. Dumbass lets the Wolverine out. It jumps on the president and kills the Photo Bob. Oh, it just mauls him. I was like, oh my gosh. And they don't want to shoot. Like, don't shoot because you'll hit the kids. I'm like, well, you'll hit him. And then yeah, it's just I. There's a callback to this later with the Wolverine pun, which is kind of funny. But at this point, I was just like, I did not expect him to go out that way. I kind of like it because it wasn't Red River. Red River was basically what we're trying to all the time to try and kill him, and he goes out this way because the VP is a moron. But they killed the Wolverine to shoot him twice. Then here's what we find out. Oh, that's why Mother Milk was mad. His daughter and his mother are in a porno. Or not his mother, but his old lady is basically his ex-wife and his daughter are in a mother-daughter porn. I don't know, Janine, yep. And so basically, Butcher's leaving, and he tells hey, I need you to can you basically go through the file and stuff, get on it, it just wants him to stay where he is. We get the Mr. I forget what his name is. You call us Mr. Blonde, but what is he has a name in here too. Okay. But anyway, he's the former VIP guy, Vervat, the former guy in charge of it. I think it's, I don't want to say Stillwater, but it's like Stale, something like that. He gets a call with the VP. He's like, oh, really? It's kind of like embarrassing that they died that way, He's like, he's a gift horse mouse, but I feel cheated if you believe that because they've been trying to kill the Dakota Bob for all this time. And then we see here the nerd basically gives Queen Maeve gives her new spy cameras for the tower, and and she goes away. And we get to see here a deep talk into A-Train about their contracts and basically how they're kind of screwed over, and how about this they're just gonna bug out. Next page, it's continuing with that, and Homelander tells them, "Hey, you guys need to leave. I can't be here. Whatever, go around." As you see, he's kind of like he's hanging out, just sitting there, and then he sees the X-ray, and then he sees her. He zooms in on her. And this is funny. He zooms on Maeve. Of course, we see the implant. That looks kind of funny.
Yeah.
And she's putting in the camera in, and he's like, "Oh my, what are you doing?" Now at this point, I don't know if he even recognizes she's doing something, or he's just looking at her boobs. So here we get this new team here.
It looks like he's watching her put the
Yeah. Well, yeah, but we don't know. I don't know what his intelligence is, but he says she's floating. He doesn't know what she's doing. Maybe he does. Remember, he's just staring at the boobs. All right. And then these people come in. They're told to go to the right. They go through the front door. He says get lost, and it's pretty much Cyberforce or Wetworks. We don't call
That's Cyberforce.
it. Yes. Because we know at this point we know Homelander is doing something. They're having a meeting. Trojan as an Astroglide, Lady Arclight, Strap on, Stopcock, and the Truncheon. Yeah. This is the first issue. I gotta
Right.
say though, it's. I'm like, where's this going?
Dude.
I mean,
Okay.
we all knew that Dakota Bob was gonna die. We didn't
This
know when.
this issue made me scratch my head. Like I was, I love the boys, and I think I trust Garth Ennis a lot, but this part where the Wolverine mauls the president, I was like, wait, what? This this is probably the most absurd thing that I've seen in the boys thus far. Like this is the White House, and you've got a deadly Wolverine inside like a cat carrier. Just that
Remember that they're short on staff too. Remember?
I guess, but like you can't bring a wild Wolverine into the White House that is
I
like,
know.
and all it takes is just lift the latch, and the thing just comes out and mauls and kills people. I'm just like, what? This would never. My suspension of disbelief. I've seen some absurd stuff in the boys, but I could not. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, um,
He's the best at what he does.
they they made that comment. Um,
I know.
but I
I think
rolled
that's
with it. I
yeah,
rolled with it, and the book gets way better.
yeah.
I didn't necessarily I didn't hate what happened. I just felt it was like too absurd. Like I'd be like, I think it's funny that he gets mauled by a Wolverine. I just wish I could have bought into
in,
it better.
in the middle of the room where that past page, go back on the left page in the middle.
Um,
Oh, the one the one with president on the ground being mauled to death. Look in that page there in the middle where they see him like, oh, little son of a gun. And he's like, the kid's like, Tommy. The guy's like, holy fucking shit. He just fires. Oh, look how many bullets he's firing.
yeah, it's fine.
I
Like
get
I'm not trying to trash on like, but when I was reading it, I was like, oh my gosh, what am I into? Like this is more absurd. Um, I have a feeling this is going to be a bigger part to play later, but the whole mother daughter porn thing with MM, it doesn't really get resolved in this volume. So I have a feeling
a little bit.
I have a feeling he's setting it up for something down the road.
Yeah. It
Um,
is addressed in the later issues, obviously with MM.
I do like
But
this. I do like this where Stillwell is on the top panel on the
yeah,
right
well,
when he's watching the news. They're
yeah.
announcing that the president's dead, and he's like, the best it was what he does. Was that supposed to be funny? I had to laugh out loud. I was like, that's funny.
Well,
Um, so yeah, I typical Garth Ennis setting stuff up. He definitely gives you some like holy shit moments. Um, I think my favorite, not my favorite part, but one of the standout moments was this whole scene with MM because you just kind of cut over to him like just punching the screen and just throwing stuff out the window, and it's 2 pages, and then you just cut away, and you're like, what the hell just happened? And you don't
yeah,
understand why.
and they have the V in their system. So it's like he's doing more damage than he normally would. Normally be like, trying to lift the chair, like, oh my back.
Right. And and when I'm reading the book, I'm reading it single page like this. So when you come back to the story and then they're like evaluating it, they're like, Butcher's like, did someone stick a bottle in the paper recycling? No. Leave a load of dishes in the sink? None. Forget to buy a bog roll? No. Like they're just trying to figure out what pissed him off.
Because he's a neat freak. That's why
Right,
they're
right,
like naming
right.
that stuff. Yeah.
And when I was reading it, I was like, man, what's going on? Like, someone tell me, because clearly that's Garth being funny, but as the reader, that wouldn't really be why. Like, there must be something serious going on, but you don't know why until you flip the page, and then you're like, oh. But what I guess what I liked is like he kept the tension. I love when stories can ratchet the tension up and like let you feel like, oh my god, what's going on? And the boys continually does that. And that scene, even though it was just him throwing a chair out a window, the way it was done in the book was kind of riveting. What about you?
All
Any
right.
any final things you want to talk about, or next issue?
I mean, the thing that made me laugh the most was the Wolverine, and then yeah, Stillwell. That's what he does.
Is that supposed to be funny?
uh, I mean, I know it was funny. And then now I immediately know who the Cyberforce are, only because they see all these issues in the dollar bins at my comic store. Otherwise, I would never read it.
Yeah, I
So
have a
I was like,
feeling
oh my,
that pose. I believe that's like Cyberforce #1 cover. I'd have to go
yeah,
look.
I think it is. Yeah, Trojan. And then I saw this like that issue cover. I'm not at 61. That looks. I'm like, what is this? And I never really looked at it. It just looks like medieval times. But so do you want to do 61 or do you want me to do it?
You did a good job on the last one. If you want to continue.
All right. So 61 is basically they're gonna have sex, but Huey basically well he just couldn't perform, and he's one kiss. We couldn't even get one kiss. What happened to you? You instantly flash on me, and then no. Oh, he's like, don't stop it. He's like, and she's arguing. He's like, you know what you did. You know what you saw. Stop those awful no crap. But it comes to basically either live with it or get rid of me for good. She's pointing. I'm just fed up because every time he sees her, he sees he sees what's going on with her past stuff. But then he explains, well, no, I've had this dream. It's like, wait, what? So you see that there's these two gay aliens. He's like, what? He's like, I had this, this happened when I had Robin, it's Robin. I was telling her about gay aliens, and now they're coming in my dream to remind me of what a hypocrite I am, or so. He's like, she's Robin. She's with Atrian. They look really, really happy, and then she turns into you, and then you start dancing with him, spin around, and then faster, and then, well, it's in this latest version. Yeah, the arms, see, our arms are ripped off. She's like, what the fuck am I supposed to say to that? He's like, she's like, it's always something with you. You agonize over, you twist and over something or reason, not that because you don't want to move on and be happy. And she said, we lied to each other, and we came clean about. I'm concerned, we have a clean slate. And she says, do something to fix it, please. And she kind of walks away. Now, see, I brought up earlier before and kind of said about characters being how he does away with characters as far as emotion stuff. That's realistic to me.
Mhm.
So like they're not fully together, but they're trying to. But he's still got that PTSD stuff. He's got for seeing Robin die and then her. This, you know, Annie is very, very, very special person to see and stick up with him. Most people would have flaked out, left. Now, of course, we hear M's with by his mother's house. My boy, my boy. He's like, Mama, calm down. I gotta answer the phone. And it's his daughter, Janine. She says explains that basically it was Mama's idea. She wanted to get back at you, and I kind of want to back at you too, but I realized I was wrong, and I left her. Like, don't. He's like, tell me where you are. He's like, it's hey, I just want to let you know I got it handled. It. Don't worry. I'm where Mom will never find me. I'm safe. Don't worry. And I'm never gonna go near Mom again. I'll I need some time. When I get to you, I'll reach out and we can just talk. You know, so she's not completely screwed up. Now, then again, we don't know what's going to happen to her. All we know is that my mind is like the worst things happens with Garnett's books. Um, All right, so here we go. We get Stillwell talking to Miss Bradley in an elevator, and then they bring Spawn American, and there's basically we get uh, get this new team, and I guess they're gonna be like he says like I'm saying they make good cannon fodder after you. Basically, they're there to protect them. There's this new team. They're called Team Titanic. We have he says what he says. This is Jimmy the One. I'm not sure who he's supposed to be. I thought at first it was a Teen Titans, kind of
Yeah.
rip off.
Team Titanic, Teen
Yeah,
Titans. Yeah.
yeah. All right, so there's Starlight there. She's the one that's floating. And then obviously the guy is supposed to be Nightwing right there, number one. And then we have Mazeltov, who's the Jewish guy who's trying to speak backwards as Zatanna.
Yep.
Yeah, and then you have Country Mama. You'll see her in the next page. And I'm trying. I forgot what the other guys. Oh yeah. Oh, what's his name? The gum guy. He's awesome. I'm not sure who the other guy is in the back, but overall, keep an eye on this gum dude as we go through this. He is my favorite character of this whole entire 6 issue thing. Uh, so they're yeah, they're basically there to be the protective, the bodyguards. They're hired on, and so all right. So when what's this? He's like, oh, the contract is Adrian says to him, it's like, oh, do you want a copy? He's like, no, man, this is just the end. Like, this was just say we fucking go, get out of here. Because they know what's gonna happen with as far as Vought going down and all the shit with Homelander's plan. They're leaving. They're booking out of there. And we you know we see Butcher holding the camera, the phone up there, so he can because now he's got the footage. He comes back, and he confronts Mother Milk. Mother Milk says, I had some shit happen. I'm still not sure how I'm gonna turn out, but it's fine. He's like, whatever. He's like, yeah. He's like, you're fine. It's like, you're good. You're good. And so I forgot what happens. What they talk about here. It's like, it's just. Oh yeah, he tells because Mother Milk is still kind of depressed. He's like, "Why don't you go over the footage here?" No, he's like, "What? I did that already before." He's like, "You gotta be shitting me again." He's like, "Dude, with a fine tooth can comb, as they say. How many times I?" He's like, "Dude, you want to use my computer? I think yours is on the blink at the minute." He's like, "Ah, fuck, can remember you threw his computer." so, and then we get kind of Bradley and Stillwell kind of like talking about Homelander and how there was how do you take out Homelander? Apparently, hope we get revealed that Homelander was raised, in a little test tube area, or not a rumor or a room, and they had a nuke there to go off in case they have to. And they're just, and we see the interesting point about this. You get to see these two they start to kind of flirt a little bit. So I'm not mutual respect or whatever, but he's like, she's like, she says, I should tell you, I feel safe around you anyway. He's like, I'm not sure if I tell you, Miss Bradley, but I feel like I can relax around you. So I don't know if these two are gonna hook up or whatever, or he's just being nice, playing games. All right, so then we get here. They find more information about 000 from previous issue. Could figure whose code sign it was, uh, and you know. So basically, they keep looking at they found more information about it, but they're not going to they don't really say what it is. It's just that they're gonna it's like he basically tells what's his name to go release the footage on YouTube, I believe, in this one. Or no. Uh he wants to wait on going on Homelander, even though they have dirt with all the photos and all that stuff, but he wants to wait because he doesn't want to start anything really yet.
Yeah, basically Huey questions like,
Yeah.
"Wait a second, why don't
Yeah.
we got all this stuff?" And then Butcher advises like, "We can't because the guy's unstable, and if we
Yeah.
embarrass him, they might just push him over the edge." Um, and where they're coming close to a scenario where like the blackmail won't matter because
Yeah.
if
Of
Homelander
course,
loses it.
Huey gives him more bullshit. Guys, says like, "I'm not gonna kill anybody." He's like, "Not this again." We talked about this. And it's just their main key for the gameplay is go after Black Noir. Black Noir is key to everything. And then Huey talks to him. He's like, yeah, he says like, he's like, "How many bleeding talks we've had to start with you thinking about the way you think things are. You can't handle this. Don't like it. You need more freaking time off. Is there any chance at all that finally you'd swing it into what you we do here is sorting yourself out? I mean, chance for fucking making up your mind and just he says, "I'll plant bugs this, but I'm not ever doing any violence or hurting you again." And then, of course, they get attacked by the Cyber Force in the midst of it. You see that coming in. And of course, everyone's just like, "What?" But then you see Butcher kind of laughing. Huey's now scared. Everyone else is just like, even the female look at her, just like, just wants to murder someone. Frenchie's all putting his goggles down.
This final page was, I really like this. These just two panel sequence where they're just like, wait, what? And then you see the next one, they're just like, they get down to business, and then Huey's like, oh shit. Um, this was a funny issue. A lot going on, more than we describe, because there's just so much text. But I think you hit all the high notes. I want to know what's going on here on the first panel on the left. Like, is he like trapped his mom in a closet or something? Like, he's like, Mom,
Well,
come on,
well,
knock it off. Like, look at
I
the door. It's like bowing.
I think he lives with his mom.
Yeah, but
Maybe.
why is the door bowing? Like, why is he like
Well,
having
remember
to
you saw
hold
how
it?
big his mom is. His mom is pretty huge and strong. So maybe
Okay, you
she's
just think
freaking.
it's like a joke that he's
Yeah, she's angry, kind of like Al Bundy, his mother-in-law.
she doesn't sound angry though. It's like my boy, my boy. Um, and he's like, Mama, come on, knock it off. Like, I don't know. It just was kind of weird.
Yeah,
Um, I
but the
thought the
thing is,
dream, I thought the
yes,
dream
the stream
sequence
sequence.
was bizarro. Like,
You know what? You want to remind me of Paul?
I
Like,
probably I don't know. Paul came out later.
I
Um,
know, but I'm just saying it. It's the aliens. So I kept thinking Paul.
right. Well, it's also because that actor, what's his name, is in it.
Yeah, it was. Simon Pegg was in Paul. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm just.
Um, yeah, this is a really bizarro dream sequence, but and she just like, what the hell am I supposed to say to that? But I was like, that's really how dreams are. At least my dreams. Like dreams are weird. Like
Well, they're merging. First, he's still traumatized by her, by Robin dying, and obviously he's traumatized by Annie. So now he's just all his problems are just rolled into one. I
right.
guess. Yeah.
I just thought it was pretty cool though that because sometimes I'll see like dream sequences and then dreams are pretty just it feels normal and I'm like, man, my dreams are
Well,
not normal.
the other thing is that I think they're talking about the teenage, how G-Men stuff. They're still making money off of that, and the over the dinner thing. He's like, aren't you worried? He's like, well, by the time that anybody realizes that they aren't coming back, the G-Men and all that stuff, we'll already be on with the secure military contract. So don't worry about that. That was the other thing. I thought that was kind of he brought that up. Callback because everybody always expects a comeback.
Mhm.
But go back. I want to read. He lists out the guys. Is it what's the guy's name? Gum Chum. Gum Chum is my favorite.
Oh, chum.
I mean, did
Oh
not get a
man,
chuckle out of that guy throughout the whole entire sixth issue we're reading.
There is no I don't there's no explanation of like why like the Vought characters like just have some of the most ridiculous names.
He chews gum. He's like the.
No, not Gum Chum's not even one of them. I'm talking about some of these characters are like
uh,
because remember they sell comics, right? Like that's part of the whole thing is like it's but if you
Snaffle twat or
yeah, Snaffle Twat,
dry hump,
Dry
Earl Monk.
Hump. One of the other characters was like Blockcock or something like that. One of the other like
The
was
Cyber
Cock
Force. Yeah, yeah.
Stopcock. That was it. Stopcock.
I
I
wonder
was
how
like,
many of them actually. I wonder how many of them actually had comic book stuff though about them. That's my other one.
well, that's the point though of like doing this. Like that's part of what at least in the comic book they like talk
Well,
about. That's how they part of them is the merchandising in the comics they
well,
make.
yeah, but I don't know if the other ones do. Remember, there was the other ones he said. They're kind of like when he that's in the later issue when Still was talking to Butcher and he's like about the whole situation. There's that one team is like and it was like, dude, we wouldn't send you Cyberforce freaking team. they're worse than the other team. That one, that's the special needs one, the one that Huey helped out.
Yeah, well, let's not put the cart before the horse. We'll start confusing the
I,
storyline.
I'm just saying. It's just saying. I don't think that other team either does. The one that I don't think they, because remember they don't do the super thing. I don't think even they have comic books.
But what would be the point in making these heroes? Like the whole point of making these superheroes is to exploit them. So if you're making superheroes and then you give
But
them some sort of name that you can't use to make money, right?
so my
Like
my question is,
that's
they never said who's doing the comic books after the Legend left.
Victory Comics. I
All
don't
right,
think Legend left.
you think so?
Yeah, that's why he's got codes that he can still get into Vought American.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
All right, 62. We finally get to see the cover of a Queen Maeve comic.
Yay.
Now, hold on. Before we go on to this just came to my mind. You were talking earlier about like spin-offs, how you kind of wanted to see a Homelander or whatever. Um, I would
Queen
be
Maeve's
interesting.
background.
I would be interested in seeing like not like a spin-off book per se, like, but actually like a um.
Oh no, I just realized something about this cover. Sorry. No, no, no.
I would like to see actual like fake comics of the characters in the boys, like not the Homelander we know, but like make a comic that is like a victory comic. Like I want to see like how these characters are written in the
Skip.
comics.
Sorry, it's just so Skip's coming. Come back in on the black hole part, of course. uh,
So like for example, if this Maeve comic existed, like I would be interested in like making a what's the term? Not a replica because it's not a replica. Like a I don't know what the right
uh,
term is. Like they did for the TV show. Remember, like in the TV show, remember how Deep wrote a book?
yeah.
They actually made that book. You can go to the bookstore and buy that book and read it.
So a facsimile, like kind of like Grindhouse. They made a movie based off a trailer that was in that series.
Yeah, like you can. Yeah, and also for like Castle. Remember that TV show Castle?
Yeah.
Remember how like he was a writer and like he based his novels off of the cop. Well, they actually made fake books about the books that Castle writes. So you can actually like go buy a Frank Castle, not Frank Castle. That's Punisher. A
So
cat. You can buy a Castle book. It's not real. Obviously, it's like they paid someone, but it's. I would like to see like a fake. Like I would like to see all the characters like the seven. Like what's a deep comic like? What's a Queen Maeve comic? And just
so
and write a superhero book.
yeah. So I want to go back at there. Um, I didn't. Did you the Queen Maeve thing? Did you understand what that little reference is right there? With I didn't realize that was a tissue at first when I scrolled past this.
Issue. Oh, on the outside the comic. Oh, oh, no, no, no.
And I was grossing out about. I was like, "Oh no, what
That's
is that?"
those weren't clouds. No. Oh.
It wasn't soda can.
Okay.
uh, you want to go?
No, you're doing a good job.
All right.
Unless you want to stop. I mean,
Good night, everybody. All right. So, obviously, see Huey ducking under a desk, and I like, hang on, ain't one of these left cuts alive? And Butcher's like, really? Bloody hell! I need one to talk to. He's like, you did not specify. Well, I thought I was bleeding obvious, didn't I? He's like, oh, besides, how are you the one to say to talk? You know, uh, and like you just see everybody's Mother Milk is like, he's letting his frustration out, and he's just fuck me, rigid. Do you have to think of everything now? And while that's going on, and it's like Huey is like, hey, he's like, I love how Huey's like to be like, under the desk. He's like, I think there's still one breathing, maybe. He's like, oh, nice one. Glad to see someone still knows what they're doing. And now this off like Frenchie's like, whatever. Rainer over here, is Director Rainer is basically come to Wet House. Now that the Veep's down there. Of course, the woman in the red here is pretty much she works for Vought American. She's controlling them. And they says, we're basically we're firing you and we're moving you from the premises. And and just basically replacing them, and then
She
there's
doesn't
no
say that
so
she doesn't say that she's being fired. She says
you
that
should be aware that we'll be considering our own appointments in due course. The president is still yet the selection of his cabinet, and that he'll be moving on to other positions, meaning he's going to pick new people because he's the president. And yeah, any operation, yeah. It's like what you say. As far as you're concerned, no action of any kind is to be taken without the explicit approval of this office. You are not act independently of the president and his team. Do you understand? Also, it's yeah. It says cease all things. So basically, the counterterrorism program.
basically
Cease
what she
for it.
says is
Yeah,
you got everything you do, you got to run by us first.
and you can't do it with the boys.
And then she doesn't say
Yeah,
that, but she's basically
I know,
like
but
all your actions you got to do run by us first. And then she basically it's like, well, okay, I understand that, but sometimes we have to take like immediate. We don't have time to submit for approval, and then basically just gets kicked back of like, well, you're gonna do that way. And then she
and
finally is like,
she's
okay, well, I'll do it.
yeah.
And then that's when she says,
Now,
oh, and by the way, also we'll probably be making our own appointments too, so you
and
might
she
want to.
might get remember because now this is the GOP pick. Dakota Bob was the Democrat, I guess, or something like that. Or something like that. So it says she says it might be time for you made that call to the DNC to go work for them, telling her basically that because Republicans are evil or stupid. Remember the VP here is like the George Bush. Anyway,
Yeah, Vic the
moving
Veep is seems to be. I'm not actually
control
sure
puppet.
what Vic the Veep is. Maybe I'm actually thinking maybe he's was supposed
Just
to be
a
like Dan
character
Quayle
or all of them.
because Dan Quayle was when George Bush was president. Dan Quayle was the one that remember he was the one who couldn't spell
Yeah,
potato.
yeah. Is
Um,
it E at the end? He's right.
uh,
Potato.
because Bush was president from 2000 to 2008, and this happened. I don't know. Vic he's a made up character, and also there's no Dakota Bob equivalent. Like Dakota Bob's like the super president. He's like the president you wish we had. It just doesn't exist. And now he doesn't exist anymore in the comic either. Continue.
All right. Continuing. Basically, they found one alive, so they plugged the artery. And because first he's like, computer shut down. He's like, dude, and I love how he's like, Butcher's like, dude, really, just stop in a spot. We know you're just a bloke. You ain't no having a bloody computer malfunction. Good door. He's like, all right, we'll play it away. Frenchie unplugs the artery. He's like, oh crap, let me out, dude. Frenchie puts a plug in, plugs his artery. Who sent you? He's like, Flat American. And he's like, oh, guy, guy from Vought said you got to go. Oh, Jesus, like, these assholes are. I get payback, but I said unless they're basically saving the big boys for something else. So Vought guy, where'd he? Oh shit! And he triggered self destruct. He's like, "You can help me, help me." He's, you're on your own, mate, bro. And then he explodes. And I love how he was like, Jesus, I went right through the floor. And so basically, they gotta go call the police, let them know. And they also find out that Bob's dead. He lets them know that Dakota Bob's dead. Vic's in the Homelander's talking World War III and all that stuff. So a little conversation, and then Huey comes forward and basically finally reveals there's two things. He's like he's like he said basically I didn't hit my head back in Orgasm. Black Noir took his thumb up my butt. He said, good soldier," and then he showed it to me, and then he stuck it up there again. Or something like that. And then he's like, okay, all right. But he's like, you said there's two things. Well, I took Mate's file from the Peculiar's place. He's like, what? And he's like, what? You did it for this file for it? And the file. Oh, I was just gonna visit. You were hoping for a set of them photos of her, like the ones I got on my desk. And he's like, yeah. And he was like, because he wanted JC jack off to him. Yeah. And he's like, I don't want to risk the wrath of Huey descending on me. But you do realize that if this is what saves the day, it'll be because you were after the pictures for a wink. And I love the female finally makes a noise. She laughs, and he was like, "What?" He's embarrassment. It's like- I thought that was funny. So then she's basically Rainer's giving him the lowdown and stuff. How everything's going on. Blanket order. All our videos are right across the board. And just she's gonna go underground pretty much. He's like, so either in the Butcher says like, oh, either Vought thinks we're stupid, or they're holding back, or like the seven and for something horrible. It's like, you want to cheer me up and tell me that they gave the file to the Air Force? She's like, no, I gave it to NORAD. He's like, good girl. Um, he's like, well, you like if there's no VP and something happens to the president, who's next in line? He's like, Speaker of the House, Congressman Pelosi. Why? He's like, you better give her a shout. He's like, are you serious? You said it yourself, and we're living in a fucking interesting thing. So basically, he's like, Pelosi being his president is gonna happen. No. Can you imagine Nancy Pelosi? So because of
It could
this,
be.
yeah, yeah, I know. So because of this, he sends the female and Frenchie over to basically the Titan Tower, and they're gonna start a fight. All right.
Oh,
So they're gonna really jump. Yeah, they jump to the skylight. They start fighting, and he's like, no, the pages aren't stuck together. And I'm like, he's like, I'm just asking. He's like, oh, freaking bloody ha. You here, come on. Up to the roof. I got something to show you. And, he's like, I just told everyone I got Vela and it's easy. It wasn't even to say, but like, hang out for months. And like, nobody gives a shit. He's like, well, yeah, you're right. I mean, I'd love to tell you things were fuck, uh, we'll give you a big hug and then get a nice encounter group, but dude, we're not that way, you know? He's like, yeah, I understand. All right, next page. All right, so he's like, "Well, never mind. This will cheer you up." Like, what? Well, you'll see. And he takes him up there, and then it's revealed HB's got A Train up there. He's like, "I got some." He's like, "What?" I love his reaction. Is like that dog turns the head side. Homelander is just on the phone with somebody, and he's like, "I'll see you in DC." And then he's like, "Oh, tomorrow, the sun rises in a different world." And he smiles, and then he kind of frowns, and then he has to go throw up in the toilet. He's like, "Oh, what have I done?" He's like, just sitting there in his own vomit. Um,
all right. That's 3 issues down. I guess I'll go first since you did the narration.
sure.
I um I found this to like, again, like every boy's storyline, each issue just gets like more and more towards the point, and so it becomes more and more fascinating. Um, I think the standouts for me, I really, man, when I got to this page where they were telling Mallory, or not Mallory, what's her name?
Raider.
Rainer, but kind of putting in her place. This first panel on the top left just made me think how like Garth Ennis predicted the future. Because when I see this picture, all I can see is like Biden, and then that his new secretary. The what's her name? She's got that weird French name.
Uh,
Jean,
the
the
one that
black
does
girl.
the White House criteria.
Yeah, the one that got hired because she's black and she's gay
Oh, I
and a
don't know.
woman.
I don't pay attention to that stuff.
Anyways, yeah. Anyway, she replaced Jen Psaki. But she basically that's all she does is lie for Biden now. Like her
Oh, yeah,
whole job.
yeah. I don't know her name, but I've seen her before. She just looks like she's coming off an SNL skit.
So, anyways, I see this picture here, and you just see Vic is like, I want more, and she's like doing all the talking because it feels very like today, like
Puppet.
we don't
Yeah.
we don't hear Biden talk because he can't, and all we hear is
Nope.
her. And before
Get the
we had Jen
explanation. Yeah.
Psaki, but now we have her, and it's just like, man, how could how could you predict the future?
We don't. And that's the thing, though. Remember when Trump was in office? He had a White House secretary, but Trump did a lot of that on his own interviews. He
Oh
did.
yeah,
He was very, and also on social media. He was also leaving stuff, talking to people that way.
yeah,
It was skipping the press conference stuff. He was just going straight to the people.
yep,
I like that.
yep. Um, what else? I really liked. I mean, I felt
Character
really
progress.
bad for Huey
Huey.
when they were like making fun of him because this is like a sensitive matter, right? And he's basically and Garth is aware. That's why I love too. I read this book is like Garth is aware because he even has Huey's like, man, I was trying to tell you something that was like really hard to say, that basically that I got molested by Black Noir and you guys are like making fun of me. And, Butcher reacts kind of like you'd expect. He's like, "What do you want me to do? Like, give you a hug and tell you it's gonna be okay?" He's like, "We're just not that way," and you can kind of see that, which will be informed later, that like this is kind of like Butcher's tough love, right? And I've been saying this before too. That I really like about is this is like almost like a necessary way of how boys become men. And this is why I don't believe like women can truly raise boys correctly. Women can raise boys and they are necessary in raising boys because everyone needs a mother and a father. But you women often will see like how like Butcher treats Huey and just be like, "Oh, he's just mean and cruel and all this stuff." But that's what's making Huey like tougher because right now Huey's a bit of a wuss, right? Like he's even to the point where his super girlfriend, and I mean that in like every possible way, like she's kind of having enough, and she's like complaining that he's just being
Too
a wussy,
female-ish. Yeah.
and Butcher. Obviously Butcher's not dad of the year, and he's not even really his dad, but he kind of is a father figure of a sort, and I don't know. I just like that. Like it's just some of the harder things that boys, either whether through a father or older brothers or what have you, and
So
maybe I identify with it. Sorry, one sec. Um, Maybe I identify because I didn't grow up with father or brothers, and so I recognize missing it very much. And we all saw that Huey, he does have a dad, but his dad's just like the super nicest guy in the world type thing. Like it's not like he's not the hard dad. So Huey had a bit of a soft life, and
his dad did tease him a little bit, you know.
little bit, yeah,
But
which is
but
why
no,
he
this,
got all
but
mad though. But like you could see
yeah,
like he could remember, and that was the thing when we saw him back home, he couldn't take teasing at all. Like he was very sensitive.
his mom is basically babied him.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And so
Anyway, so yeah.
go
So I
ahead.
want to ask you, what did you think of this last how they ended with Homelander? Uh, you know, just sitting there, he's and he's plans to go, and you just see him quickly throws up, stuff. He's like, "Oh God, what have I done?" Like, obviously,
So
he's messed up.
now having read the whole book, I
Yeah,
really like this, but I don't want to. I mean, we are going to spoil it, but
yeah,
I
yeah,
want to
yeah,
wait till the
yeah.
appropriate time.
Sure,
I was reading this and I'm like, man, why is Homelander like he's still like
bipolar in a sense.
bipolar and he can't take it and now that I have the information and I go,
Yeah.
oh, it all makes sense. It all makes sense. So yeah, this is one of those cases where you go back and you read the story again and you're like, yeah. What about you? Is there any particular parts you want to highlight?
uh, Going back, yeah, I did like the part with Huey. This is a female. She spoke. She laughed. She's
Yes,
never
that was
done that
funny. Yeah.
before. I
Yeah.
was like, that's the one. That's like what? Also, I was kind of weirded out at like Rayner's in there, director Rayner, and there's no sex between her and Butcher. That was a first. You notice that? I just thinking about it. Like usually when they have these two meets, he's they're going at it. This time it was just over a phone. That was it. There was nothing else. There was no meet in person.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, character growth between Huey. I love the fact that he's like he took those photos like for a wink, didn't ya? And he kind of did. He kind of confirms it. I was wondering if he did before. I'm like, oh, is David Dick? Because remember he was in the bathroom. He's like, oh crap, they fell down. And he's like, oh, that's what I wanted to see. Yeah, yeah. So I thought that was kind of funny. But yeah, the whole thing with Huey, like he needs man up, and then I like that Butcher's pretty much like, well, yeah, I know you're having issues. Well, here's a guy that ruined your life. Because Butcher knows that the A Train's the one that killed Robin. So,
Yeah, this was a really good page reveal.
but that bottom panel though is like, oh, what? It's just a weird angle.
Yeah.
It's that dog where the dog turns his head to the right. He's like, what?
I'm a big fan of page turns. Um, and this is something if you ever write comics, you have to be really conscious of is like how your story turns the page. And here, where he's like taking Huey for a surprise, and Huey's like, "What the hell is this gonna be?" And it's like, last panel. Except that if this don't work, you can see the anticipation on Huey's face, like, "What? What's this gonna be?" And then you flip, and it's just like, "What?" And yeah, these big shocker. I love this about comics.
I'm also guessing the A Train never takes his costume off. I think he did once in the book. That was it. So, all right. So yeah.
So let's see. We
Now
got comments here. Hold on, but we'll go to the next one. But Ed is in the chat, says, "Yo, I, I don't think RDV said season 3 of The Boys was one of the best shows of 2022. Did you not say Boys
it
was
wasn't. It was not in my thing because out of the ones I watched, as I
what?
think it.
It did not make your 10?
They had its faults, but yeah, it did not make my 10.
Whoa. Oh, wow, mind blown. I didn't even notice that it wasn't there. I just assumed that it was when you rattled off your list. I didn't even notice. Wow. I think The Boys is my number 1. I mean, it did have its faults, but overall, wow.
I also forgot about it when I made the list too.
Oh, okay.
So, but I mean, if I had it in there, it'd probably be like 5 or 6.
Rhaegar says Democrats good, Republicans bad, always in comics. Now, Rhaegar, that's true
Not always.
today. That's true today. However, I do want to come to the defense of The Boys here. Remember, Vic the Veep is bad, Vought is bad, but Dakota Bob was outstanding. Like he was presented as like super president, like the ultimate kind of president you'd want, and he was Republican. So remember, Vic the Veep was his vice president. So they aren't doing the typical all Republicans bad, Democrats all like that should not be interpreted in this book. They actually paint the administration as a whole as Republican. One was really good, one was really bad. So I just want to be fair. And then Corinne Jean Pierre, that's her name. I never can remember her name. It's so hard for me to remember. And apparently she's Haitian. Um, but yeah, and
She's Haitian. Everyone.
and you're right. Press secretaries always do that. She's just not good at her job. You're right on both points. I was just commenting on the imagery and how it meshed up. That's all. You know, um, just the fact that we've got a brain dead president and then a person who matches a physical description of a person who speaks for him. That's all. Like it was just a weird coincidence. That's all I'm saying. Um, that's it. Got through the comments, so we can go on to issue 63 is a gross cover. Are those like hearts that she's sitting on? A mound of hearts?
Not sure. It looks like it. I think it was. Yeah, maybe. All right.
Well, you're the one that points out stuff on these covers and makes me
I think it
cringe.
is. I think it is. I think it is arts. Yeah. Makes you cringe. Why? Because you're oblivious to things. You didn't notice the tissue.
I did not. I was just looking at the comic and I was like, it'd be kind of cool to see a comic. And then you pointed out all the extra details, which were intended to be subtle.
Well, you did not notice the giant white stuff on the cover. I didn't notice the
They
tissue at
look
the
like
bottom.
clouds. I was just like, oh, they're clouds. I didn't
Clouds. They're all over. They weren't even in the art. They were all over the
Yes,
splattered
once you pointed that out and I saw that,
clouds. Ash is oblivious. What's going on?
I was
It's a
not
porn
looking.
set. No, they're making a movie.
Yes, I'm innocent like Huey.
Watch out for the cum and the blood under the door. What?
Uh,
Oh God! All right, over the hill with the swords of 1,000 men, part 4. Uh, he was like, "What's going on here?" And basically, he's like, "Well, I had to, he's bloody useless apparently. I know Lumwater's cut the sea's power for that vibe, but he don't know when and he don't know how. And him and the Deep got frozen out after this thing with Jack Jupiter and stuff. So he's like, eh. So he's like, but what do you want? What do you get from him? He's like, well, what do you care? Come on, Haley. You know all about what this is all about. Here, I told you about it. Let me go listen to this. And he plays the tape, and it's just basically he always listens to it, and it's a conversation between a Homelander and A Train talking about how the accident killing Robin, and they're just kind of laughing it off. He's like, yeah, you don't find this an archive edition, but my man Black Noir over there once took out a school bus. Compared to him, you're a freaking virgin, laughing and stuff. He was all pissed off, and then we get to see basically spider monkeys. I guess what I don't know. Is this supposed to be a pose from another payback to like X-Men stuff? The way that Frenchie's jumping or not? Let me know if anybody's recognizes that. But anyway, so they're attacking. You see the Jewish guy's head thrown right at the button, so they can't get the elevator. And I love how still was like he's still calmly. Where Bradley's like, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, and they're holding hands. Frenchie's in there, and he's like, and I love how you like the number guy. He's like, dude, can you not aim? And you see the basically getting their ass kicked. He grabs her arm, aims it. Huey loses an arm.
you mean Frenchie?
Uh, sorry, not yet. Sorry, yeah, Frenchie. There's too many people on the page. Um, so Frenchie loses an arm. She's freaking out. The female, because like what? He was like, turn it off. He's like, no. He's like, and Butcher just keeps playing it. And and then he starts playing. He's like, listen, don't worry about that shit. Check this out. We got the candidates. He's like, oh, he's like, and he was getting pissed off more and more. He's like, he's like, you killed her, you stupid shit. You didn't give a fuck. You just she was everything in the world to me, and she loved me, and I loved her, and everything was going right. And then it had been for you, none of this would have happened. And the guy's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, don't do what you want to kill me." He's like, "Shut up." He's like, I'm trying to talk here, tell you about her." He's like, "She was a real human being." He's like, "Please, I'm sorry." He's just like, "Shut up, shut up." And then he gets to the point where Huey is getting so angry, and Butcher's like, "Dude, in my experience, there's no point in making speeches, mate. I mean, you can cry, try to tell them and turn it's a big scene, but dude, he ain't listen. Look at him, Best thing to do is get it over with." We get a little moment here between Annie and Maeve, and she's like, "Oh, yeah, you're quitting." He's like, "Looks like, it's like, she's like, looks like," and it's like, "Oh, you can walk away from it." She's like, "Dude, yeah, I can organize it." And she's like, "What?" Maeve's kind of like, she's like, "Wait, Maeve, you were nice to me when it's like, and they have kind of a little touching moment between the two of them." And she's like, and she stood up for me, for once, and with Black Noir and all the pricks, there might be someone out there for you. And it's like, she's just like, so I'm going to say this, and it might be the time for you to just go too, and just not say, because the TVs says please stand on every single channel. She's like, and stand by. And she's like, it's easier for you. Like you have someone. And he's like, actually, I'm not 100%. I do. Like he's been behaving like a little bitch. He's like, and I love him. He's like, well, they do it. They will do it. She's like, yeah, but I love her. She's a Maeve. It's like, well, I'm supposed to be just going to have to take that chance, I guess, and get back to to um Frenchie on the ground. And he's like, dude, like, dry hump, go kill him. Come on, bitch, And I love like Cone Chum. He's like, hey, you want some gum? It's like, and the female's so pissed off. Uh, and she just goes right through that guy, and just tears his eye. Stillwell, I think his name is, just says like, hey, just stand down now. He's like, well, I was like, you Of course, you're gonna say that, and like, dude, like, dude. Titanic is here. The seat's all offensive, and I'll get you medical personnel. He's like, I need to speak with William Butcher about without delay. It's like, no doubt you do. You basically are surrendering, and he's like, I'm not surrendering. But I believe your people and I were the victims of a hoax. Your attack is preemptive strike and all that stuff. And it's like, I didn't order any action against you whatsoever. And if you were attacked, it was not at my behest. Especially, it basically says it's another one of individuals, basically, wanted to do this mutual interest. We were to find out who those plans might be, and he's offering a truce, you know, and just just and the female's kind of like worried about him. She's crying. She's worried about Frenchie, and and then we get to see here, and he's yeah. So basically, he's still playing. He's like, there's like, he's like, and so basically, he's like, yeah, I think, what does it say? It's like, yeah, to make up the 7 again. I mean, maybe some fucking fun. Hey, you want to see the photos? And I was like, dude, we've got our fucking pick of the crop. We have Shima, the Crimson Countess. And he's like, or one of the sluts from the. I forget what the team is, but
Mavericks.
yeah, Mavericks. About Jayblade. He's talking about, yeah, I mean, old enough to bleed, old enough to. The dude's talking about having sex with minors, and that just gets it to a point where Huey just loses it. You know, and it talks about I think the last one was talking about what's her name? Annie, right?
Yeah.
The
So
last part.
yeah,
Yeah.
they're like,
Yeah.
oh
Oh man.
man, peaches and cream. What's her name? Starlight.
Yeah. She's on the Young Americans. You're wondering if what she do to reach the high frontier. And then
That's
Huey
when
just
Huey realizes she was
just
targeted.
yep. The last time I know they were just shit, He's like, and then he's like, you how do you like come down on your fucking knees? What? And he just kicks his head off. I was like, damn, Huey. Uh then we get to see Homelander. He's like, at first I thought it was Black Noir until I looked at the very bottom. It's what's his name? Homelander. He's like, you going somewhere? He's like, yeah, but he's like, oh, I have a plan in place. You ever heard about it already? He's like, yeah, but they're like, but it has nothing to do with us. He was like, but no, it's not personal. And then he's like, oh, quite, he's crazy. And then she's like, she throws her slave at him, Zip kills him. And then she throws Annie up the thing. And then she tries around him. He's like, and breaks the sword. And he's like, dude, this is a prop. It wasn't a real sword. And what do you think it's going to do against me? And this is a sad part because I love Queen Maeve. And he just tosses her head off back at Annie. You know, uh, yeah. And then here it's like so basically CNN, NBC is like gun because he released basically everything, basically all the photos. Uh, first, yeah. So they're gonna release all the photos, but that's their plan and all. But also going to watch it because capes are showing up around the White House.
We get a phone call where Butcher is talking to Stillwell for the first time.
Yeah. Yep. I think he says his name. Doesn't he say his name in this
Yeah,
one?
that's where James Stillwell.
Yeah.
And then Butcher
Yeah.
answers, and he's like, "Yeah, well, this is Mrs. Butcher's little boy. What can I do for you?" And that's where we get like the negotiation. He explains um, that it wasn't them,
It's Homelander. Yeah.
and the Homelander. And then finally, Butcher leaves, and he was like, what's where are you going?" He's like, "Going to Washington. You had your turn, Huey. Now I'm having mine."
One,
So
two, three, four. United States Marine Corps.
this
Is the
is this is
next
a great
issue.
issue. This was like where this a roller coaster just is going.
Emotions. Yeah.
All that set up, and you get the superheroes. Now the superheroes are descending on the Pentagon. This is all part of Homelander's plan because remember he got with them and told them like he was going to take over, and they fear him more than they fear anyone else. So, and they're all corrupt and evil anyway.
So
So,
that
um,
first panel there in the middle, I can think of Ghostbusters when the containment unit blows up, the ghost flying by. I'm
yeah,
sorry, it just goes back to that.
um,
What was your favorite part of this?
I think my favorite part. Man, I don't know. There was a lot of good parts.
I'll tell you mine. My number
What's
one.
yours?
You want any gum?
Oh, jeez.
It's just like what is his ability? Why is he on the team? He just, hey, you want some gum? It's all he does chew gum. He doesn't help out at all during the fight.
I like that Butcher like had the tactics to send the female and Frenchie off um to Vought American while he was doing his thing. And then they, they're gonna kill Stillwell. That was like the whole thing. They were gonna um and then
Yep.
that, of course, that's why Stillwell had Team Titanic there to protect him, because he's a smart guy. Like he kind of foresaw, um, but they're no match. I liked just how that all went down. I mean, it was a dramatic moment when I had to pause. I had to stop for a second when I saw Frenchie lose his arm.
Yeah.
I was like, oh damn! And like you see the next panel, such a great
Cut away
panel
from it.
because it reflects how I felt. Right, we
The
see him
shock.
getting his
Yeah.
arm blast off. You're like, what? Am I seeing that correctly? And then the next panel, you're like, that was me. You're like, no. And and of course, I love this too about how Ennis at the peak of the action, like you're like, no, what happened? And like, oh, cut over to somewhere else. It's such a great technique. I mean, he's not the only one that does this, obviously, but he does it to great effect. Um, and he lets each scene play out until you get to like that pinnacle moment, and it's like, okay, now we cut over here. And every scene in this book just played it out. I
Oh
loved
yeah.
how Butcher was pressing Huey's buttons by kept playing the tapes, and Huey's like, shut it off. Because Huey understands, like, he even accuses Butcher. He's like, look, you're playing all this stuff because you're going to make me do something I don't want to do. But I don't want to do that. Like, I don't want to. So he's like, so he's consciously, but Butcher just doesn't listen. He's like, I think because Butcher's mind, he's like, you need to hear this. You need to stop living under a rock, right? Yes, you don't want
Don't be a
to
don't be
become
a
this
fence sitter.
thing. You don't want to become this thing, but it's only because you're lying to yourself. And so I think my favorite scene, I mean, I love when the female here just gets all pissed off and she just rips through him. But I think my favorite scene was here. So okay, when he gets to the final part of the tape and they're revealing, like, I mean, old enough to bleed, old enough. Oh, who the fuck is that? Peaches and cream. That's Starlight from the Young Americans. Wondered what she'd do to reach the high frontier. Like, and so you could see like they're predators essentially, right? So like they
Yeah.
got Starlight specifically because she was a hot little young thing, and they knew they were gonna have their way with her. And it's disgusting. And you can see Huey's face, and you flip the page and you turn, and you just see Butcher calm and stoic holding the tape recorder, and he's like, for the last fucking time, they think we're shit. And it just clicks with Huey. Because the whole time, he was like, oh, there's good in them and this and that. And Butcher's been like, no, they all think we're shit. And he just loses it. And I was kind of sad because I want Huey to not lose his morality, but the scene didn't make sense. Um, yeah, that this book was full of great stuff. I love the next scene too, when Homelander's just like, you know, no, this is personal. You know what I'm gonna do to you, right? And so Maeve knows, okay, she's met her end because Homelander's revealed his thing. We saw earlier that he caught her playing the bugs. And so I loved like the nerd guy, the super nerd who's been serving her the whole time from the beginning of the series. He's like, watch out, my lady. He's turned bad, but I'll protect you. I won't let him lay a hand on you. She just grabs him by the throat and tosses
Yep.
him. And he's like, yes, the most powerful woman of all. Make me your living weapon. Splat. And then she grabs Starlight, and you're like, oh shit, is she gonna do the same thing to her? And then you flip the page and she tosses her out to save her. It's like her one last moment of
Good.
heroism.
Yeah.
And then she goes to like fight with a prop sword. You're like, oh no. And he's like, oh, you stupid whore. Punches her head off. And It just shows I mean, look at that menacing face of Homelander. Scary. Um, I love the phone conversation. Like this has been building up. Like with Stillwell, and they didn't even say his name. Like we used to call him Mr. Blonde because for so long they held his name back.
Yep.
Um, and then so it's like Butcher and Stillwell interacting is like a big deal, and seeing how that whole conversation went out, and now you're just like, oh shit, like this story just took this radical turn. Like Homelander actually is executing his plan. He's not just all talk anymore, and he's got all these other soups like on his side. And so like how the boys gonna stand up against that? Well, except now they've got Stillwell on their side, right? Like the enemy of your enemy is your friend sort of thing. And you're like, oh, this really makes things interesting. And then of course that's where it leaves off.
It's like I Walter White teaming up with you know, what's his name from the Breaking Bad, Walt not Walter, what's his name? What's the guy's name? Gus?
Us, yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, and
yeah,
as I'm reading this now too, speaking of Gus, because this is was his name Juan Carlo,
yeah, yeah.
I forget his name. Um, that character that he plays in The Boys, I really feel like Stillwell in the comics. The character, his character in the show, is Stillwell in the comics, and Stillwell in the show is just a new character that they made up that they just used his name.
Yeah. They changed it where Edgar was more hands-on.
Yeah, Edgar is how Stillwell is portrayed.
And
That
Stillwell
cool, calm,
was
collected.
Elizabeth Shue was supposed to be Stillwell.
She literally was Stillwell, but like a completely reimagined
Yeah.
type of Stillwell. Yeah. Um, and so Edgar, I think, was a completely original creation, and they took this character, they took the character Stillwell from the comics, and they just implanted his personality and role into Edgar.
So we do know that Edgar is in the comic books here, but after the aftermath of this, everything what's going on, will they mention him ever again, or is that it for him?
Yes,
Things I need to know.
Rhaegar corrects us. Giancarlo Esposito. I always forget that name. And Jimmy is here. Welcome, Jimmy. He says, "Wow, the art from issue 1 to now is a drastic decrease." Yes,
I don't
Derek
think so.
Robertson is not the artist. He was the artist of the last uh one we did.
Does
Um,
he?
yeah, Derek Robertson did the last one. That's why I was all
I,
excited.
I honestly I thought that was him too as well.
No,
So
nope, it's a guy that draws in a similar style, but um,
mm,
so on to 64. Shit's about to get real.
exactly. All
Here,
right.
here we have MM. This is exactly what I was reading on my iPad. This is my face. I'm like, oh fuck. This is,
But instead of Apple, he's got Pear.
yeah.
All right. So it started off, and he's like, "Oh, fuck," because MM has now realized something, but it's too late because, well, Huey and Butcher are going over to the boys, or they're going over to the Washington D.C., heading out there. And Huey's looking at this like, "What is this?" He's like, "Oh, all the information we're gonna dump. We're gonna jump it all onto social media. This is our play now. We're gonna go after it because it's all hell's broken loose. So they're releasing all the blackmail, all the stuff. They can't blackmail anymore, so they're trying to defame him. So they always said if Homelander said it, like even if the blackmail work, you'll just be just it's just all it's gonna do is just make him look bad. And at this point, he doesn't care anymore. So that's the deal. We get like sources are remain unclear, but tidal wave of images and documentation, superhero community, seemingly over no just releasing everything about the Nazis and all that stuff, and like allegations and others linked to Russian organized crime, scandals, just them and yeah. So Stillwell's here. He's like, "Oh, it's you. Hi." And he's like, these don't open all the way, so you're either going to smash your way in or just laser vision or something. And he's like, try to do it quietly. I'm having the worst headache of my entire life. Meanwhile, we get over here the U.S. military. They got armor-piercing tipped, basically bullets or missiles. And I'm not sure what's the black part is on top of there. I guess that's the. I guess I thought that was something new, but that's actually just yeah. I don't know. Did they say what it is? I don't think I ever realized what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be a chemical or something.
No, they don't say. They just got this.
Yeah,
They got this enlisted guy. He's like, "What's this little whatever is here? I don't know what they're supposed to. How they're supposed to fly straight when they're bolted on the side." We got the
yeah,
sergeant
yeah.
guy. He's like, "Jesus, the point of the Joint Chiefs of Staff forgot to consult you again. Will you please just get the damn things on the rails?" So clearly, it's something special. They don't science it out for us. But
All right. Security's like, oh, yeah, sure. He's like, nah, I don't need you at all. He's like, oh, he's like, good. He's like, there's nothing they can do anyway. He's like, but I see that butchers let the cat out of the bag. Only because the nonsense of yours in Washington. I tell you how many years of work you ruined, but I can't imagine you cared the slightest. And he's like, and then Butcher's like, or not Butcher, but Homelander's like, oh, let's not pretend I was going to get an invitation to that particular party once you had Vic in the place. Defense contracts were coming in. We're all going to be replaced anyway. So you're growing me the new me right now. Some cameo clone tactical genius version. It does exactly what it's told. Still 80 over 60. You're about to be torn from limb to limb, and you're completely calm. I think he's compliments. I think I finally met a superhuman. He's like, why? Because you've never managed to impress me. He's like, I think this is a course to you, and like just the whole conversation with him. He's like, he just basically talks down to him, no matter what. And he's like, and what next? You're gonna destroy another airline, dismember more families, that kind of thing. Spoiled child's, personal Auschwitz. It's so petty, and it's also actually quite embarrassing. I'm glad I don't be let see. He's like, what? He's like, yeah, you think I'll see the trouble? I'll just jump. He's like, what's wrong with me? He's like, you think I need to press you? You smug little freaking prick, like he's like, oh god, kill me now. He's like, just because I stood there and took your shit when I tried. He's like, please kill me. And I love it. He's like, just keep watching. He leaves. He's like, believe me, I will. He's like, shut up. Oh, or I would if I thought you had something worth seeing. I just love it. That's part of one of my number one parts of this one book I liked. And then because the media shows up here, they're in front of the White House. They're like, what? And then he kills somebody in front of on air now. Even the other girl, the Laura Kinney in the background, or supposed to be Calypso. I don't know what's supposed to be in the scene. It's the God Squad, I guess. uh, so that's your CNN reporter getting his head spun around because basically he confronts somebody. It pisses him off. It's like, oh, among the tonight's revelations was a confidential report concerning the recent medical examination of your wards, the junior team of Sidekick 12. Have you read the report? He's like, do you have a comment? And this basically, because everybody knows that he's been raping the kids, is released. So he basically spins the guys around, kills them. He was like, oh man, the whole bloody army's here. He's like, Marines, Huey. Hey, the boys are Marines. And these boys are the Marines.
these
It might
boys,
be a
yeah.
good omen. Yeah, I was a boot in it myself. Then again, I did get my lot fucking killed. Are you Butcher? He's like, yeah, introduced Colonel and stuff. And basically, Butcher's in charge of everything. You see here, the heroes are all floating in front of the White House. They're holding a hostage. The president's inside, and Butcher's just gleaming. He's happy. He's kind of sentimental about this. And then he says, "I'm going in." Basically, you know, he says like, basically, he's like, Lance, you'll have to hang on as fast as you can. Ain't worth, spitting the forces here. He says on a rescue mission, so anybody in there is pretty much dead on their own. And he's like, yeah, he's like, Chris, or whatever's happening, it'll be decided here. And then he tells you, yeah, here, Huey, go make me some coffee. And he's like, whatever you do, don't let the other guy make the coffee. You make the coffee. And they have a little conversation, it's all about Mallory. He's said Mallory would have loved this. And he's like, and they're like, guys, like 120, wake, I guess whatever, stabilize. That puts every small arms in every around in our inventory. And he's like, He says, aim for the eyes and the mouth, open wounds. Take tanks especially, make sure they give it fucking loads. It's like, all right, that's you. All right, homie, that's me. He's like, what? You talk about? We were, what was that thing about open wounds? Like, I gotta try and make a couple. I'm going then and after Homelander. And Huey wants to go long, but he basically tells the guy, thinks that guy tries to come after me, you shoot him in the kneecaps. Here, he sees you. And then but the whole entire time while this issue's going on, Mother Milk has been trying to get a hold of Butcher. But they're having problems with the cell phone stuff, and he's like, he probably wouldn't even dude, he probably wouldn't even answer if he could. He's basically, but and then Huey finally gets a hold of Huey. He's like, "What's going on?" And he explains to him what's going on there, and they just get a conversation. He's like, Huey, what about Black Noir? Is Black Noir there?" He's like, "What about him?" He's like, "You seen him? You heard him?" He's like, "I mean, this every other superhero, but no, not him." He's like, "Oh, he's like, yeah." And he talks about how Butcher made him stay behind. He's like, "Dude, okay, Legend got me into Vought's system again. It was right about the identity codes being Black Noir. This whole thing, it might not have been about him along." We could have been looking for in the wrong direction the whole time. I mean, this is fucked up, and kind of fucked up. Butcher walks into that place now, and shit's gonna go down like, not like they think it is. He ain't gonna find no fucking superhero waiting. He's gonna be up against some other shit altogether. And yeah, I'd love this scene of Butcher walking in with the crowbar, just walking there all by himself. All the soups above him, no one stopping him.
Yeah. Man, this issue was like, oh, just got me on pins and needles. Like the shit is going down, and then you get this final last thing about MM throwing a wrench in the works. It's like might have been about Black Noir all along. You're like, what the hell? What's this all about? And
Once
man,
the thing is that once you start and you know exactly what's going to go on in the next issue, you know what? You go back and read these, you're like, oh my gosh, how did I see the signs?
um, so yeah, I love this build up. I just love how cold and just calm Stillwell is. This panel here where Homelander. I mean, look at him. Homelander's like a monster over him. He's like, "Oh, you
Yeah, it's
smug
covered in
fucking
blood.
cocksucking prick! You really think I'm looking for? Oh God, kill me now! Just because I stood there and took your shit, please kill me!
Uh,
you!" He's just like a kid throwing a tantrum.
well, it's kind of like what Giancarlo with Homelander was.
Yes,
He just, I love it.
yes, I feel
Yeah,
like Giancarlo. Like I feel like this is ripped right out of here.
right
Now
here.
I
Yeah,
see where they got Edgar from when I read this.
yep.
Um, yeah, man, the Stillwell character is just awesome, and he never lifts a finger, and never does anything. Like he's a
Yeah.
badass because he's so calm and always in charge. Like he never has to
But
do anything. He's just always in
so
charge.
Elizabeth Shue character kind of reminded me of Bradley in the show. Like it would have been like it would have been instead of her being Stillwell, they should have had her been Miss Bradley. Because she comes off kind of new and but she's still kind of like gets her information from consults Edgar, who kind of tells her because Edgar should have been like instead of being Edgar, you should have been Stillwell, and she should have been Bradley. We shouldn't have seen Edgar at
You would have
all.
had to rewrite change. You would have had to rewrite so much stuff. Like
Yeah,
I'm fine for how it went. The show is so much deviated from the book, and by the time we get
sure.
to the end of the book tonight, you're gonna see like there's no way the show can go the way the book has. Um, so, anyways, what about this issue? What was your favorite part of this issue?
Oh, every time I see these guys, these the God Squad, and you see the guy who looks like kind of Wolverine hair. Look, I think it almost looks like he had a jock strap over his
I
face.
know that's what I was thinking too. Same thing.
I did like this. This looks like the guy. Whenever we watch CNN, there's always a guy that goes up and does the interview with the blonde guy.
Mm.
I kept thinking every night, like, oh, that's Anderson Cooper, but it's the other guy who's doing the interview. The guy, I forgot what his name is, but he always makes a fool of himself. Um, man, everything's coming into place. Like, Vought is now screwed. Um, their sales are gonna tank. They were betting, they're hoping to get on with the defense contract, but with this fiasco right here, And with the media there now, the media's not supposed to be there, but you're like, oh crap, now because remember, Homelander's not as smart as he get. He's just gonna do force. He doesn't care anymore. He doesn't care about anything about Vought at all. And Vought's pretty much was counting on just getting away from superheroes and just basically having the contract with the military. Um, so over on this, so I did love so I really chuckled at that the coffee thing because remember, coffee in the military is always crap. So that's always been a running gag. Like the coffee tastes worse than the war. You'd rather just get shot than drink coffee. So that's a trope they always do. Just the respect that the Marine has for Butcher. That was another unexpected.
Right. Well, he
Um,
recognizes a
it-
fellow military guy. I
mhm.
do like the whole coffee conversation though, when he's like, I could murder a cuppa. That means what you think it does, Lieutenant. Yes, sir. And it's like the whole bureaucracy of the military, like the
Yeah,
delegation. So like he's like
yeah.
he orders a lieutenant, and the lieutenant finds a private to do it. It's like it just I thought that was really funny.
I love how
And then Butcher's just
Butcher
like gives him Huey's
here.
own coffee. He's like, here, you go. Make sure he doesn't make the coffee.
I love the fact that Butcher had his own coffee bags on him.
Right. But do you see that too? Like the parallel of like even Butcher doesn't make his own coffee. He's got his own
Yeah,
private that he gives it
yeah,
to.
he's got Huey. Yes. So that stood out. I mean, like the big thing for me was not this is little things, but the big thing for me was the Stillwell talking to Homelander, and I the thing that cracked me up the most of the whole entire thing. He's like, "Yeah, it's not one of those windows that opens all the way. It just opens a little bit." So I was like, I hate those windows. People have to crank them, and it only opens up a little. It only opens like a half a foot. Doesn't open up all the way.
Well,
I love the.
to be
Yeah.
fair, it's a skyscraper.
I know, but still, it's like, but this
The
little
fact
thing
that
is
they
like,
open at all is kind of amazing.
but it's funny that he's like, yeah, it doesn't really open up that much. So try to do it quietly. I'm having the worst headache of my life, and like, just yeah,
Yeah.
uh,
And this is a really cool page turn too, because you see like Stillwell, and he's like, huh? He looks to the side, then you turn the page, and you see this, and you're like, whoa,
uh,
this would be horrifying if you turned around and saw this.
you would be like, you would react, you just kind of fall on your desk. Oh God, oh God,
Yeah, and you just start
but
shitting your pants. And then, but
yeah,
he's just
and
calm. He's like, oh, these
yeah,
don't open all the way. I was
and
like,
I love that he gives him a compliment too. Homelander gives a compliment. He's like, I just found the first superhuman.
yeah. All right. Let's see. We don't got any new comments, so we need to work harder to impress the audience. We are on 65, the final issue of this volume, and the thumbnail thought was appropriate, Raining Blood. um,
Right.
why could it be Raining Blood? Well, you're about to find out.
And here we get the Independence Day shot here.
Yeah.
Send in the planes. All right. Castle Red, Preacher One, Big Duke, Idaho, Top Cat, Payback. I was like, did Garth Ennis write Preacher?
Huh?
Uh, did he write that? Was that one of his
Yes.
books?
Yep. Preacher's Garth Ennis.
What about Castle Red? Is that just because I wonder because some of those the Payback and stuff, I mean, but yeah. So anyway, come in here. Vic the Veep's dead. It's like, oh look at it. He did have a brain after all. And like, this is the gross part. Do you see the dick hole in the back of his? Oh, what? Oh, no, and Butcher's like, oh, is that a dick hole in the back of it? Well, you know how it is. He's like impressive stuff. He just tosses the head, no remorse. I love he's got the crowbar. What's he gonna do with the crowbar?
Butcher
He's like,
does.
yeah, Butcher's like, he's like, yeah. So yeah, and he's like, I'm not. You can see, he's like, I'm not freaking trying to impress anybody. Just look, he's like, oh, jeez. I don't have to. I don't have to. The world's mine. People are toys. I underpaid. Whatever. Blah blah blah. He's like, I did surveying not for some corporate faggot. And like wiping up his cum with his blank bank nuts. I'm like, ow, that's really weird. I've never. It's just oddly Pacific too. Um, yeah. So they're doing this. Black Noir see him walking in there, and then of course Butcher brings like, oh yeah, Homelander, it's all about the wife. You can see Black Noir walking in. They're talking about the story, basically about how Butcher, Homelander, when he was born, was so violent. He was, how he burst out. Of course, this goes back to remember we saw with Becky. Happened to her. She had a floating baby shooting lasers out. So at this point, we're like, oh my gosh, like, so it's confirming, that, oh my gosh, he did rape her. There's no way, not right. And he also said that there actually was they put a bomb inside because he's a nuclear nuke. So in case anything went wrong, they couldn't control him. They could just detonate the nuke. But they decided they need a way to put a Homa down if it ever comes to that. Not, but like it. So they can't use a bomb. It ain't practical, and something like that would no matter where you are, something they can't send. So they can't send anybody. So they have Black Noir. They created Black Noir. Black Noir, they took the DNA and they fuck around with it and they work it. And so Black Noir is pretty much we find out that he's got some DNA from Homelander. And he's there in the background all these years. And of course, Homelander has no idea that Black Noir is like, that even there he's basically the destructive code. If Homelander goes rogue, they can kill Black Noir, kill him. Black Noir just stays silent the whole their time. All right, so and of course Blackner's not happy because he doesn't get recognition. So guess what he does? And like and so anyway, they come back to basically Homelander saying like, "Oh, I remember nothing about your wife. I take a guess the rape, and I'll take a guess of the rape and murder. But I have no recollection of all. That's pretty typical. Things are remember I and things I don't. But here, later, yes, the family after the believe, yes, the love of your life. No, the things I'm doing in those pictures." Definitely not. I was shocked when I saw this. Thanks for popping those up in the YouTube. Incidentally, there's no going back from them now. He's like, "What you?" Butcher's like, "What are you trying to do? Trying to wind me up?" I'm not denying that, but I'm not lying. Dude, can I cut you in half by looking at you one if I want to? I could, what do I have to be afraid of? What possible reason could I have for not telling you the truth? Which is that I have I have no more memory of killing this wife of yours than I do of my first shit. And he starts laughing and he's like, "Oh, you know what? I just remembered seeing you standing there, a fucking stupid thing." Haha. He's like, speaking of cunts, he Maeve hit with a sword. He talks like he killed Maeve stuff, it just and then you hear he. It's Black Noir. He's kind of laughing. What the heck are you doing here? He. And as it goes on, they get more stuff talking about the reports about uh Herogasm, and the killers and everything, and the girls together, if you can believe that shit. Remember Queen Maeve said about how Homelander was there, and then they pulled a switcheroo with somebody else. And he talks about, well, you talk about Black Noir, it's the same build as Homelander. Everything. And when did this go? And yeah, just the whole thing is going on with Black Noir, Cuff hair, getting the order to kill order, but they never knew at the time. Well, and then money again. It's a Homelander is basically a license to print, fucking license to print money. So and yeah, so and Eric, I'm trying to remember what else they said at the end. He says, I get. Anyway, it looks like some bitch never got the obliged. Basically, Black Noir got upset because he never got he never got love. He never got he was ignored by Homelander. He was obsessed with Homelander. He wanted Homelander to notice him, but Homelander kind of just ignored him, didn't care. He's sitting on a kind of power. It means he can bench a dozen Mack trucks. He can use it, as an assassin, living it with his target. Apparently, they've enough to get him theirs. And he's like, I mean, shit, he's a fucking soup, and exactly like it never happened before. Maybe he went crazy because the job gave it him. Maybe he's, it was like all day long. We're fucked up, the DNA, right? He's like, no, hang on. And he's like, this can't be right. What is Black Noir's mental or not? The Homelander's definitely is. What's he doing in the photos for fuck's sake? There has to be. He had the butcher's like, yeah, is there? No. So going on, next page. He's like, I was thinking it through though. Like I said, staring at his picture in the file, at the stupid mask staring back at me, no eyes, no mouth, just black. I think I can even see your face. I was like, and out of nowhere, it flashes in my head. Shit, Maeve, that shit got a Maeve. He stole, yeah, throw the document, saves the day. I kind of like that. She'll never know Homelander. She'll never know. She won't figure it out until afterwards. We're the same size, everything. Just too fucking good to be true. It's going to be hilarious. Okay, I'll heavy rating is yes. I'll see you soon. So remember, so but Homelander talked that Black Noir was the other person that he switched with. You know, and of course he's a clone. He's like he did click click click. I took them the photos and stuff. He snapped out and and Black Noir is the one that raped Butcher's wife. And it wasn't Homelander. Uh, and they're just crazy. He's like, I'm not crazy. And he's like, no, but it's like, it's just like, so Homelander's like kind of shocked there, and Butcher's just getting pissed off. Imagine you think, you thought you knew, and then you find out it's blindsided. And then the next picture of this is like, the next thing that happens is just crazy. But before we go, look at the White House. Look at all the
Yeah.
guards. That is just graphic. So much blood, everything. So, all right. So go on the next page. And then he talks about it and stuff, and dude, I was terrified because I wasn't. He's like, I never had to do any of this, You think I already did? If that wasn't me, and that, oh God Almighty, do you know what this means? It means you turned into a fucking psychopath by mistake. And then we get this my favorite part, and they're like, oh, here comes the planes, like, yeah, fuck them up, and and he's like, they're like, nope, fire the missiles, and then you see this after they fire the missiles, homing in on the heroes. So I wonder if it homes on their DNA.
Clearly, that device that was on the missiles did something. Because the heroes are
Yeah,
cocky. Because we get Father. He's like, okay, just chill. Let them come to us. We too small for them to paint us on radar. Just duck whatever they're throwing at us, and then get in amongst
yeah,
them. And so
yeah.
they're
So
just
I'm
like
thinking,
all confident. And
and then he's
it's
like, "Get
like,
out of my way!" And then the guy flies right through him, rips him in half. You see his legs. The next panel, you'll see him in the next thing. The Father's just torn in half. His torso's there. And then they're like, "Oh, dude!" Like, and I have this is crazy. Homelander, he's like, "Dude, you fucked me up. You fucked my life. It's." And Butcher's just like, "Oh crap! Oh Jesus!" So he's kind of like, "They're fighting." And yeah, so the Homelander versus Black Noir, aka clone of Homelander. Uh, and then you just see Butcher like, he's like, look to your front, look to your front. He's like, you're gonna have a target any second, boys. He gets on the turret. He's like, listen, just off with the phone. He's like, the spit of Homelander, and then he's just the one that done it all. He's like, how? He's like, right, shift your arse there, man. He's like, dude, are you like English or something? Like, I'm like, what the really? He's like, yeah, that's right, dude. I'm like English. And you just see him on the 50 cal. And of course, there's superheroes coming out, Behemoth and all stuff. Why don't they face us? What? And then Yogi Yogi Bear, leading in, and they just bomb the heck out of them. At the Pentagon, all that stuff, and you just see that targets look to be disengaged. Headed straight for the crap, the Pantamawak, the water. Yep. They're running and just run, and then they're dying. And you gotta be fucking kidding me. He's like, he's laughing. Look, he's holding on to part of the arm and the torso of Homelander. Homelander's dead. There's a spot, and they just shoot their 50 kills. I'm like, he's just walking towards them, and nothing stops them. They're trying to do their best, and as he keep pouring on, as he getting closer and closer. That's just disturbing. That's like freaking like Terminator. And he gets up, and he's just laughing there. He's missing an arm, and then you see here comes Butcher. He's like, the crowbar in the sunlight, and he's like, "What?" He's kind of scared, and you just see him. It goes, just the crowbar. Look at it, pops his head up. It's like, I'm always telling people not to make a song and dance at times like this, but here we are after all these fucking years. The way I see it, it might be enough. The shit's still working. You're holding on to 1 or 2 memories, and if I'm lucky, this big here, this fucking right here, this is the night you done what you did to my Becky. He squishes it. Yeah, and then yeah, just Joe Stevens and his men just made it through the Pentagon server. And updates and let's let him go. And now that now that's a good question. And then he's like, dude, just give us a minute, will you, mate? I sure. It's like, and he's this guy. He repents. He's like, oh, I'm sorry, but Becky, my love. That's not what he wanted at all. That's the hardest. That was the 100% me. You would have hated what I've done with my life and what I'm gonna do next. You hate that most of all because now remember when Homelander's dead, it's got to leave a hollow feeling. When you find out your revenge, people don't realize if revenge is hollow.
Yeah.
So, and this is the end for this arc. There's still some books left. So, like, I am, man, where do you go from now?
I don't know. There's 2 volumes left though.
Yeah,
This issue was just like balls to the wall. Um, after reading so much,
build up. Character pro
build
is like
up,
now.
yeah, like all and the way Garth Ennis just takes his time to develop characters. Sometimes just giving a full miniseries, like, and what he does is he makes these characters feel so three-dimensional and lets you get attached to them and really feel for them so you care. Like every scene matters because these characters mean something to you. Um and then we've been waiting for this moment, like Butcher facing down Homelander, and here he is like sitting in the White House with the president's, head, and just that face down, and it doesn't play out the way we expect because it turns out that it was Black Noir all along. And Black Noir is he's not I don't think Black Noir is a clone of Homelander. Black
He looks exactly
Noir
like him. Yeah, but he's
no
modified.
no
He's been tweaked.
no they talked about how that Homelander was a clone of Stormfront, and that
Yeah, they took the.
Stormfront
Oh yeah,
was well, he wasn't a clone of Stormfront. Stormfront was uh
the model that they made, the DNA they used.
no, but they talk about how when you inject V into an adult, it's not the same. Like he had powers, and they talk about like, Stormfront was really
They
strong,
used Stormfront's
but
his father.
no, Stormfront's not his father. They what they did is they took Stormfront's DNA. They said they injected it into the embryo, and that Homelander was the first embryo to like be born and developed with
What?
powers
What?
that all the
Yes.
other soups they do like afterwards, like when they're like a
With
kid or an adult.
Stormfront's DNA in the thing, so he technically Stormfront is his father.
No,
He didn't
Stormfront
do
would be
he didn't
his
do the deed. Yeah,
Stormfront
his
would be his
biological.
father if you made the embryo out of him, but they didn't.
He
They
injected
didn't.
his DNA into it, so yeah, so it's like it's part of him. His DNA.
The power set. Anyways, there's no point in arguing all that. My point is the process that they did to make Homelander, which they pulled from Stormfront, they injected into embryo. They he because Homelander is basically the prototype. Black Noir is 2.0, and so that's how they kept. And that was the whole secret of like how do you because we were seeing in the previous, and we blew through a lot of this stuff for the sake of time. This was long enough to go through it already.
Yeah,
But when you read the books, you guys get to see like how they when he's explaining to Bradley, because she's like, oh, what's the failsafe? Like, how do we? And he's explaining about the nuke, and then she's like, well, are you gonna just nuke Herogasm? Like, how? Because a nuke's not a quiet thing. And he concedes like, oh yeah, we could do that if like it really got down to that where there was like really bad. But he keeps alluding to like, no, we have like a singular thing, and then eventually you figure out they created Black Noir was created with only a single purpose. Unlike everyone else, was created to be like superheroes and make money. Black Noir was created as an assassin who was just supposed to stay with Homelander the whole time and wait for like his trigger word or whatever, like that would put him into play. But they talk about how, and you mixed up in the description, I think, because you pulled from the show a little bit. He wasn't sad that Homelander didn't give him attention. That's from the show. He was sad because he never got to do what he was built for. Like he only has one purpose in life, and that's to kill Homelander. but he spends years and years because they don't like Homelander's, obeying the rules and doing what he's supposed to, and so that's why like he starts going crazy, Black Noir that is, and creates these things. That's why he goes and fakes like the pictures that we saw of Homelander doing all these crazy things was not Homelander. That was Black Noir because he was trying to create the scenario where he would then be called to go kill Homelander. Essentially, it was a frame job. And Homelander, because he's not a nice guy, he's a tool bag, started believing his own reputation. Like he saw the blackmail pictures and was like, oh, I don't remember these, but apparently that's me. I guess I did shit. And started to believe that that was who he was. And that's why he was having the times where he's looking in the mirror and he's talking to someone different. And the Homelander that's talking back at him is different because he's essentially now going crazy because his reality doesn't match his perception, and his brain is trying to put it together, and he's talking himself into this like, I guess I really am like this psychopath, and he's trying to embrace this part of him that doesn't actually exist. It was in Black Noir all along, and now he's like, no, that's me, I obviously, and so he's trying to become that, which is why he's throwing up when he's like doing these things, like because he's like, yeah, I can do this, and then he's like, "Blah," because it's not really him. Like he thinks it's him, but he's having trouble living up to this image, because it's not really him. And I thought it was a fantastic reveal when I was like, what? Um, and then of course, as deadly a threat as Homelander is, if you have a Homelander 2.0 who was like that, how worse is that? Um,
right?
but fortunately, they pretty much take each other out. So Black Noir is only a shell of himself when Butcher comes and finishes him off. But yeah, man,
Yep.
all these soups, they get what's coming to them.
Yeah, like I said, this all leading up to this, it's like it just pays off. I mean, there were his little notes, little thing clues, so it's kind of like this is kind of cool because now it's like, oh my gosh, that's right. The whole thing with Maeve talking about the whole Homelander thing, the document stuff, just the switcheroo with Homelander, the baby looking like Homelander, and just like he knew something was going on, he just didn't know what. But it's just like it's like it's just all Kent levels of effed up. But I mean, all the way through this, so the issue with the like they had, yeah, so they must have had it focused to either like their certain like their DNA or powers, and that's how they're able to paint them. They navigate the missiles. It's the only
That
thing yeah,
that or maybe um Vought has them all implanted with some sort of tracker.
could be. Remember? Yeah, I think would make sense.
Yeah, 'cause, I mean, Vought has to have be able to keep control of these guys. So I would imagine that there's something like that. They don't really explain it, but I don't think it's necessary. You kind of get the picture that they had some special thing up their sleeve, and um, you know, and that was kind of the point that Stillwell was making the whole time. Is like, we're not going to just make these heroes like Homelander and not have a way to keep them in check. Like that was he explained to Bradley. He's like, yeah, we're even Homelander, we have a way to deal with if something goes if he goes out of line. Um, but I just like this scene too because uh, the A10 Warthog is my favorite plane. So
Oh
I
yeah,
love
the
when they get
A-10s, yeah.
used, and just yeah, seeing them come down and rain fire on these soups, and then the Shehemoth character, um, just like, why would they face us, and they just get wasted. Um, yeah, it was cool. This is great. You could end it here, and it would be probably a satisfactory ending, but because the boys is what it is, I'm sure we've got some satisfactory stories to come.
Yep.
All right. Well, that is it on that. Um, you have any final things to say on the boys?
Uh, I mean, overall, like I said, I've been enjoying everything we've been reading when up to this point. Uh, the whole thing just with Huey is just freaking out me, and then also, where's Annie in this? That's my other
Right.
thought.
Well, she flew
Where's Annie?
off, so that's definitely got to have more story to tell, right?
Yeah,
Because Huey
yeah,
and Annie's
Annie,
story is not done.
Annie. Um, you know, Frenchie is now doesn't have an arm. He's lost his arm.
Oh, that was another
And
thing I forgot to comment on.
yeah,
Because there was a whole scene where when Annie was talking to Maeve, and she makes some comment to him, or to him, to her, sorry, to her, about like, oh, he's kind of like not manning up. I forget exactly which. He's being a little bit of a bitch. He tells Maeve, or she. God, I can't get my pronouns right. She tells Maeve that Huey's being a bitch, and then the next thing we get is like Huey confronting A Train and finally like manning up, and so I'm just wondering if that's going to be a catalyst for reconciliation, or maybe Huey has lost some of himself. That's kind of what I'm worried about is um, Huey becoming harder and tougher and so forth, but then also losing what it was that made Annie love him in the first place. And I don't hope we don't get a sad ending like that. I really don't.
right.
Um, so, um, all right. I guess we'll get to finish up here. I liked what we did last week, where we we instead of focusing on the worst picks, we decided to try picking what is the best issue of each row on the upcoming comics. I thought that was pretty fun. So I got the comics pulled up here, and I guess I could switch so
Yeah, I was
you
gonna
can
say I can
see.
only see the boys.
You can only see the boys. There it is. Um, Here we have new comics coming out Wednesday at your local comic book store. What I have a feeling we're both going to agree on here. So this is League of Comic Geeks. For those of you who may not know, both RDV and myself use this to track our comics and look at new releases, and you can do pull lists. And there's lots of different things that this site can do. It's also an app available on both major Android and Apple. Um, and they show you the upcoming comics every week. You can go fast forward to next week if you wanted or whatever. But we'll stay on this week. And the order that the comics are listed here is based on the users of the Comics Geek website. So, for example, Batman is the first comic here. It's not alphabetical. It's because the users of the site have this listed as they're pulling the book more than any of the other books, which makes sense as Batman. Um, so we're just going to go through, and we're going to just go those line by line, 6 issues on each line, and we're going to pick what we may not be buying the comic ourselves, but we're trying to pick what is the best potential book to possibly buy based on our opinions. So, RDV, tell me which book is best here. Which one should you pick if you only have the top row?
Well, you're safe with Batman 131. And you're safe with Spawn. And Spawn's 2.99. So ideally,
Spawn is
if you're cheap
2.99.
like Ash, you'll go for 2.99. But I know you like
Uh,
Storia though, so you'll go with Batman.
I'm picking Batman, but I do have to give the nod to Spawn for 2.99. It's kudos. It's a full $2 less than Batman. Um, just showing you that DC is ripping you off. Um, well, I don't want to say they're ripping you off. They are overcharging you.
Right.
Um, and Batman has been really good. Chip Zdarsky writing, and one of my favorite artists, Jorge Jimenez, on the art. It's great. All right, that was an easy one though. Let's go on to line 2. I think this one gets much harder. What is the book to get on line 2?
Poison Ivy 8.
I forgot you have a
I don't. I
you have
the
a
book.
weak
The
side for
book's book. The book.
poison ivy.
The book start is just died down. As far as being good. It's going slowly going in the way of this Scott Snyder and some of these other writers basically don't know how to end a book.
Scott Snyder, he's not on here. What are you talking about?
I'm just saying, as far as books, as they get worse as they go on, G. Wilson, her first 6 books were great in this run, and then 7 dropped. And it's like, oh my
I
gosh,
remain skeptical. Very skeptical.
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 Skeptic.
Yeah. Um. Wow. I really don't like G. Willow Wilson.
Look, it's a Brood Saga. You should go with that.
I can't believe I'm gonna say this, but I'm gonna pick Star Wars as the pick.
Yay!
There you go. Yeah, this is man. I can't believe that's the second line. Ah. Oh, okay. Line number 3 or row
All
3.
right, Captain
Man, this
America.
is Captain
Right away.
America, huh?
I don't want Scarlet Witch 1. I don't want Gold Goblin. I don't want Joker, the Man Who Stopped Laughing. I don't want Gotham City Year 1. Don't want Secret Invasion.
Hmm.
You should get it though. It's in number 1.
I like Sarah Pacelli's art, and Steve Orlando
I don't. Yeah.
can be cool. Like he did good comics at DC.
Now,
I have not
Lucio
heard his
Perello.
Marvel stuff is any good.
Don't go back. Go back. I want to see who Lucio Perello had apparently had a variant cover on that.
Oh, now you care about
I,
variant covers.
I well, I've
Adam
always loved.
Hughes
Like,
did a variant cover.
I know. I'm just seeing. Lucia Perello is probably the one at the middle one down there with the powers going off.
I'm telling you, if I see
Yeah.
if I see your Thursday show and you've got this cover, if you got this comic, I'm gonna
Dude, if I had the Hughes version cover or the Perlow, like maybe. That's Hughes' a classic.
if I see this on your Thursday show, I'm gonna cry shenanigans. It's not the best Hughes cover.
It's got Wonder Man on there. Yay!
It does have Wonder Man. But
Yeah, David Nakayama, he follows a lot of women on Instagram
that's a pretty
for
striking cover.
research purposes.
I like that cover.
I'll be looking on Instagram. Dude, I follow some girls on there, but it's funny. I was like, I see David Nakayama. I'm like, isn't that a Marvel artist? Oh my gosh, it is. It's like,
yeah, it's a good cover. It sucks. It's surprising when Adam Hughes is not the number 1 pick for me.
yeah. Darcy's in this too. Did you see that?
Who?
From Thor? Darcy, the character from Thor. Darcy Lewis is in this.
She can go to hell.
Wow.
No, sorry, that was a little hyperbolic.
Oof.
Yeah, I would get the David Nakayama variant. That's a good cover.
I do love the Lucio Perillo painted covers. Those are all oil paint he does. That's all he does is covers. He doesn't do the digital painting all that stuff. He just does an actual painting, and then they scan it. So
All right. Well,
I can only imagine if he saw those because he does those giant oil paintings, the big ones, like they used to do back in the colonial days. He does those like that. I wonder how much those probably go for.
who's doing Gotham City?
Tom
It's
King.
Tom King. Never mind.
Run!
Never mind. Wow. Who's
And
doing
I don't.
Captain?
I'm not. I want nothing to do with Secret Invasion. I know I love Maria Hill. I just don't care for. This is Lana Lansing and Kelly.
Oh, Colin Kelly. Okay.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's been getting. It's the last issue was kind of bad. It's getting a little worse. It's starting to cracks in the armor. And this is Ryan North.
Ryan North. He's got
But
two
my thing is,
comics.
I don't care about the scrolls unless you're gonna say that uh Peggy Carter, the one that's supposed to be her from the past, which she's got the super suture, that she's a scroll. That Tony Stark's a scroll. That's why he's you know been such an asshole or been the butt of jokes. And
Matthew
I don't yeah, Rosenberg. I don't care for
Rosenberg writing
Rosenberg.
a Joker book.
Rosenberg, I've heard outside of DC and Marvel, whatever, he's been great. But
Yeah, he does
yeah,
this
but
independent book that Skip really likes. It's like
yeah.
I forget the name. It's got one of those long names that's real popular to do now. Um,
Till the end of the
and I
Earth, isn't
read
it?
it, and now it's not my style of comic, but it was decent. Like I was like, oh, I can see it's not like his mainstream stuff. Um, okay, so you're gonna pick Captain America. I think I'm gonna have to. I think I'll have to say Captain America as well. Um, so yeah, that was a tough one. All right, here we go. Row was it 4?
I think so.
Yeah, I have a feeling I know which one you're gonna pick. This seems like a
Well,
much better row.
I can't pick one of them. I have to eliminate because it's not a new book.
You can. It's a comic. You can pick it.
So I'm going X Men Legends
You're not picking. Come on, really?
because I'm getting it regardless. That's why I don't include it in the top 10. Because if I include it in my books, Walking Dead would always be number one. It's not fair.
Why?
It's
Why is it not fair?
because
It's a
it's not a
comic.
new book. It's a reprint.
Yeah, but if it's actually better than the books that are coming
Yeah.
out,
So
then
I wanna rate things without that being in there. That's why I don't include it when I do my best books of the week. I said I picked the cover and that's it. I don't put it against all of them because it just would not be fair to the other ones. It's like taking a book from like oh I picked up Jerry Ordway's Superman would not be fair because it's not a new book even though it's been reprinted now. If they were to started doing facsimiles whatever I don't think it's fair to other books. These are
hmm.
all new books, new create but the reason I'm getting X-Men 5 Legends 5 because it's Bishop's story now. They're done with the freaking boring Lone Star or Longshot, whatever the hell his name is. Longshot, I think is. I hate Mojo. It's one of the worst things of stories I've ever read with Marvel with the X Men characters. Mojo World. Oh God, it's like Dan Slott. He's Mojo. No, thank you.
Who's doing the X Men Legends now? Brian Haberlin, huh?
And Will Sportacio.
Interesting.
Will just came off a Gambit with Claremont.
Mm-hmm. All right. Interesting.
I don't know who Hamberlin is, but I mean, I'm not the biggest Bishop fan, but I mean, how can you mess up Bishop? But then again, this is a Marvel Voices, so who knows?
No, this isn't Marvel Voices.
And I said it's not Marvel Voices, so I don't.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
yeah, it's
not
not Marvel.
Marvel.
Yeah, yeah. So I don't know if it'll be like Marvel Voice. It won't be as bad as Marvel
It's
Voices,
not just
but it
Bishop,
could.
it's his other two. I forget these characters' names.
It-
But when Bishop
yeah,
was introduced, there was actually 3 characters. The other 2 guys die if I remember right. Um,
instantly.
pretty quickly. They either die or they go back to the future.
Yeah,
I can't remember, but Bishop gets because they're all from the future, and Bishop gets trapped in our time. Um,
it's Gambit in Jubilee. Wow,
I
that's
forget who
insane.
they were.
I just remember the
I'm
cartoon series like Gambit's the villain. He turns in all the X Men in the future.
I might have to check this out actually. I've heard good things about Brian Haberlin. So wow, this is a tough one, man. Stillwater You got Sword of Azrael, which
which
Skip has
Skip
been
has been.
raving about.
Yep.
Yeah. Um, but I think I'm gonna recommend X-Men Legends because it's a jumping on. Like you can pick this book up. You don't. It's starting a new story.
Yep.
If you Walking Dead is a solid pick, but you're at issue 54, so there's been a lot going on. Sword of Azrael, same thing. This is like a long story, so like you're gonna be in the middle of the story. Probably really good. Um, but this, same with Stillwater. But with X Men Legends, you can just jump right in, get an X Men story, and this is the book I want to read most out of all these. So, there you go. Cool. Next line. We've agreed on everything so far, haven't we? No, except for Poison Ivy. You Poison Ivy, I had Star Wars. Otherwise, we've agreed on everyone. All right.
So easy for me. It's
Radiant
Joe
Pink,
Fixit,
right?
number 1. Peter David.
Joe Fixit, number 1. I am unfortunately not a big Peter David fan.
All
So
right, you're canceled.
I'm sorry, I'm not. I've never been.
You're excommunicated now.
I
You
don't
must
hate
leave.
him. I don't hate him, but I don't get books just because he's on it. Like if he's on it, then maybe, I won't not buy a book because he's on it, but I won't also get a book just because he's on it.
I get him. I follow writers around. So if a writer I like is writing something, I pick it up.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to
Whether
say though. He's not that high of a writer. Like I wouldn't not get a book because he's on it, but I don't. He's not the kind I will follow. I'm not gonna just pick up a book because he's on it.
with
Um,
how many books are out there that are bad,
oh,
it's
there's a
still
lot.
easy for me to pick. It's easier for me to pick up a one that I like by somebody.
So, however, speaking of Marvel writers, or sorry, not Marvel, just writers I follow, Mark Millar. Um, so Mark Miller is writing this Magic Order. This is the third Magic Order series. So that's my pick. So we differ for the second time. You pick Joe Fixit, and I'm picking Magic
To
Order.
be
And I don't
fair,
think
I'm not a fan of Joe Fixit, but it's Peter David. I'm willing to give it a shot.
okay. Well, yeah, I totally understand. Next line.
Hmm. Like a calculated man. I'm not sure what it's all about, but it's on the 4th issue. I mean, Terminator. Or not sorry, not Terminator. But Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Armageddon. I don't like serious turtles. I don't like the gritty. Don't need that stuff. That's not my thing.
You don't like Teenage Mutant Ninja Furries?
I just don't care for like every. Now this is becoming like if the turtles were hanging out with Wolverine and just killing everything. It just comes off as a darker, gritty thing. It's just like, gee, thanks. Can we get Kevin Eastman to write it though? If you're gonna go that direction, and this is IDW, so Eastman's not involved. Yeah,
I don't know who this
yeah.
Junie Ba is, but he's got to be better than the girl writing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
This guy says, "Ginny, but I'm excited." He worked on issue 11, or he's going to be taking. Oh, he's not taking over, is he? January 17th, World's Finest. Is Mark Wade leaving World's Finest?
I do not know.
That's freaking me out, though. He's taking over. He's taking over for Hulk. He's the new writer of World's Finest and the Hulk. Unless he's doing backup stories.
Could just be a
Hopefully, he's
fill-in.
doing.
Because remember, like Donny Cates is like kind of on a hiatus, so they
Yeah,
need
yeah.
fill-in. I don't know who Junie Ba is. Apparently this sporty Nick guy knows, and he's excited
Now
for
I
him.
gotta look because I'm kind of concerned. It's like,
But I just listen to this title, man. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles The Armageddon Game, The Alliance. That is way
Part
too much of a mouthful for a title.
part 3 of 15 in a series about nothing that you want to read.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is already too long. That's why they call it TMNT. But to say Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, The Armageddon Game, The Alliance, like, this is someone. Uh, Now, I did read the first issue of Kaya. Um, this was an interesting little book. Wasn't enough to make me like continue just because not because I hated or anything. It was enjoyable, but I gotta I gotta pick what I want to buy. But I think this would be entertaining to a lot of people, and considering I don't know much. Well, I need a Hawes Nightmare blog. Skip is really big on that book. He's really liking it. That Nita Hawes Nightmare blog is takes place in the same universe, and I think it's the same creators of Philadelphia.
All right, so that Junie Ba, I don't know, he's listed on there. Or he's doing a variant cover for those books, World's Finest and the Hulk. I got, or it's the Hulk he's actually writing it out, but he's doing a variant cover for the World's Finest 11. Ooh. And Ryan Adley is doing the, yeah, so he's just doing variant covers. That's why he's listed. He's not doing any writing. He's only doing writing in the Turtles book. So good for him. He's getting his foot in the door.
I'm surprised you're not.
I
This is
was. I
this
think
is
I
okay.
think I did get this originally.
Oh, this cover looks terrible.
Well, the story that was basically that was leading up to the video game. I believe this was leading up to Gotham Knights, or I'm not sure if it's. Or wait, no. This was Nightwatch was originally came with last year's free comic book day thing. And I originally picked it up because I was like, oh my gosh, it's because at the time it was better than both the Batman writers before Zdarsky and before Ramby on there. It just was just it was a kids version, friendly. It was actually pretty good.
Listen to the pitch. The kids of Nightwatch talk about what would be Batman's ultimate adventure and how
Now
they want to
I did.
make a comic book to tell the story.
I'm telling you right now, I did drop the book, so I don't know what's going on in the past couple issues. I read like the first two.
No, but that pitch by itself, like, doesn't
Yeah,
that
I
that
know.
sound terrible? The kids of Nightwatch, which I'm assuming are all these characters, talk about what would be Batman's ultimate adventure and how they want to make a comic book to tell the story. That sounds aw I can't wait to read a comic book where Nightwing and Damian and Batgirl and Huntress, they all sit around and try to come up with ideas of what would be Batman's best adventure, and then they get together and make a comic book. This is what's wrong. This
Yeah, yeah.
this
So
is
I
wrong with
remember
the
reading the first.
industry.
So I remember reading the first one. It was a two-story thing. You had the Cloud of Bats Black Guys. It says to break out Arkham Asylum, Batman and his team are on a mission to bring all the escapees back. First one was Clayface. Using social media, Batgirl taps into informal network to track the villain throughout the city. This inspires Penny One to create a more organized network of informants and spies called Nightwatch. I was like, eh. Yeah, so I actually, I have to get back. I never bought these. I got the first one for free. It was a free comic book day thing. When Penguin saves people from a mugging, Batman is certain he's up to no good. That's issue 2.
All right, we got to pick one here. What's going to be your pick for this line?
Uh man. Like none of them are jumping on point either. That's the thing.
Well, just
And just going off the covers, I want to say a calculated man, but I'm kind of liking that Nightmare. Nina Ha's
mhm.
Nightmare cover. but
Skip
that's just
Skip
kind of
really likes this
disturbing.
book.
Ugh, the blood coming out, and then you see the reflection of the guy coming at you, like, I still know what you did with someone last summer. It's the fisherman. Still there?
Yep.
Okay, kind of like you weren't moving page at all.
Oh, it's got the artist you like, Simon Skrudansky. He's doing the art.
Yeah, I thought about picking it up, and like they're like so far ahead, trying to find you know the issue. Roddy Barnes, why is he in black and white? Yeah, Jackie the Ripper. There's Anna Papa's, an elite murders rampage. There's revenge. Marvel writer Rodney Barnes, a favorite Spawn artist. Yeah,
Hmm.
it's from the universe of Philadelphia.
That's what I said.
Oh, nice. Like I said, Philadelphia is another one I want to start reading.
Yeah, I've heard really good things about Philadelphia, and I know you like vampires, so that seems like a logical pick for
Well,
you.
well, I like vampires, but I don't like sparkling vampires. Okay, let's get it right. Yeah.
I don't think the Philadelphia vampires are sparkly.
Well, I'm just saying. You said, "Oh, well, you like vampires." I'm like, well, I'm just making sure people understand it. I don't like all vampires. Only some.
I think it's a logical given if you say you like something that you doesn't mean that you like
Well, I know,
all.
I know,
I mean, I
but
like pizza, but I don't like Little Caesars pizza.
I've grown up with people that said like, "Hey, you like vampires? Here you go. There's a vampire book, like movie." And it's like, dude, really? Anyway, so the book
But
I would go for would be it's a Nightmare. Are you going for Calculated Man
no,
for your pick?
I'm gonna pick Kaya
Yeah,
because
I was gonna say it's probably
I did read the
you're actually
first
reading that.
issue and it's fun. Um, so there we go.
All right. What is
And
that? Okay, that's Marvel. That's Jed McKay, Pascal Perry, and that Doctor or okay, never mind. That's That's my Marvel previews. Why is it on there? What the hell? That's your Marvel previews in this thing. That's just so weird they include it.
it's a comic and it's not a
Preview.
comic, but
Book. Yeah, yeah.
it's a solicited book from Marvel. Comes out like a
Uh,
comic.
Now Parker Girls as it looks like cheesecake, almost looking all, but I don't know about the description. Astronaut Down
Parker
as
Girls is
Aftershock.
based off of the world of Strangers in Paradise. It's a
Yeah.
long running indie series by Terry Moore. And Parker Girls
Ast-
is like a spin-off. Parker Girls, I read the first issue. It reminded me a lot, not a clone of it. So there's differences, but it had some similarities to like Charlie. Like the Parker Girls are like kind of like Charlie's Angels, but they're
That's
assassins, not necessarily
good
whatever
people.
Charlie. Not what the Charlie's Angels were more like. They help people or like. Anyways, you might like it. It's not really cheesecake because the art style isn't. It's not like pinup. Like you're gonna be like, ooh, look at the sexy women. Um, it's not that level of it, but it Terry Moore seems to write female protagonists, like his books. So it's hard to describe what it is. It's very much I don't even know. I don't even know how to describe it. It's yeah. If you like stuff like I don't even know if Charlie's Angels is even up to describe it. I don't know how to describe his stuff. I guess you should just pick it up and read some of it and see if it's up your alley. Because I do know you like female protagonists. Um,
Well, I mean,
and
if they make the male, sometimes the female protagonists are more interesting than the actual guys because they don't write the guys being good
mhm.
male protagonists. It's very few that you find.
Yeah, but I say this like respectfully. It feels very much like Terry Moore is a person who just loves women and just loves to write stories about women doing
With
things.
strong
So
women, yeah, yeah.
not necessarily like super strong. Like I don't get a feel of like oh
No,
these are just badass.
no.
But
What I mean is strong, like confident.
mm,
Like not like super strength stuff at all.
so it's interesting. I don't know if it's necessarily my cup of tea. Like I said, I read the first issue because I knew Terry Moore's huge and people are freaking out. Like, oh, and Strangers in Paradise been going on forever. Maybe I need to read Strangers in Paradise because this is a spin-off out of it, but people love this book, and I think this is a kind of a book, if it's up your alley, if you like this style of comic, then you'll get into it. And Aftershock's got a bunch of stuff coming out.
Is that the one that's going under?
Yeah. So we got Astronaut Down, James Patrick. I don't know much about this. I'm sad for Aftershock. They were just starting to do some cool stuff. So, do you have a recommendation for this one? Or not a recommendation, sorry. We're just guessing. Do you have a pick? What would be your pick out of this line?
Astronaut Down. I don't know anything about it, but it looks cool.
All right. I'm going to, just because I do know something about it, I'm going to pick Parker Girls. It's a solid book. Like it delivers what
Rager,
it's trying
I
to
don't.
do.
Rager, I don't know what you're trying to say. You having problems with the keyboard?
What?
All right. I don't know.
You don't
I'm
like
just
strong
trolling
woman?
him. I'm
You can't
trolling him because he's
you
typing
can't
it wrong.
you can't troll the viewers. All right, so you pick Astronaut Down because it sounds cool, looks cool. I'm picking Parker Girls because I already said why. Next line. I have a
Uh,
feeling I know what your pick is.
all right. Gangsters Ass Barista, #1. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Oh,
Gangster
Vaporella versus
ass
Red Sonny.
barista.
That's what it looks like. It's just so
I almost
stupid.
want to buy this for the title.
You know what? And then do that, and then show like you do with Space Lady. The review of that.
Gangster ass
Pat Shan, dude, writing it. That's
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, it's Black Mask.
Yep.
What? I normally avoid Black Mask stuff like the plague, but
It's
man,
the comment said pulling is on the title. Oh, I love that comment.
what?
The guy's comment down below. Pulling based on the title and synopsis.
It's got a great title, man.
Right
Gangster
on.
ass barista. It's so absurd. It makes me want to check it out.
But Vampiro versus Red Sonic because it's Dan Abnett. Dan Abnett just been kicking ass on the book and just puts Mark Russell to shame anytime he touches Vampiro Red Sonja the IP and just basically it's just Mirka Andolfo sucks. Mark Russell sucks. You know, anybody else who's basically trying to written her in the past, other than the Todd Sanansky, we're doing Vampirella. No one understands the character better than Dan Abnett. I said it's kind of cool because I think Dan Abnett wrote him back in the day. I know Kurt Busiek did for Vampirella, but I mean, I'm not too keen on the Red Sonja writers. But
Ooh. Okay, this is my
yeah,
pick.
the Matt Kent, yes, Christian Ward did a cover.
Oh,
And
it's
Tula
7.
Lote is also doing one too. She's been doing some Walking Dead connecting covers, painted
Yeah.
ones. I think hers is the last one on there with the guy in the blue suit. That's hers. No, actually, no, hers is the middle one. Oh,
I'm
nice.
not a big fan of Tula Lute or Tula Lute, whatever how you pronounce it. I know Skip likes her. Man, the Matt Kent spy thing.
John Wick meets Wes Anderson. It says on the synopsis. Secret organization has developed the perfect spy, but who is the perfect spy? A spy who doesn't even realize they are a spy, aka the useful idiots. Wow, this sounds like you know what? You know, this sounds like the Christian Slater one show they did on Fox, where he knew he was a spy. He had two personalities. They use and they basically would call him in by using a word. He'd come in and he'd do spy stuff, and he'd go home. He had no recollection that he's a spy.
Hmm. Then
but
I don't.
they
This is
could.
another one of the books this week. It has a striking cover. I don't know anything about it though. It's one from Ablaze,
The Blaze too.
from the artist of the hit series House of Slaughter. All right,
Oh, nice wrestling. Sergeant Slaughter's house.
and then we got Mosley. This is gonna be on the top of Zach's poll.
Harley Quinn. Yep.
I'm sure Zach will be pulling this.
Farmhand creator Rob Gillett and Sam Loveday of Harley Quinn.
Oh, Farmhand creator. Oh,
Oh snap!
oh snap!
Give me a plate of that. Love it.
Each issue has wall-to-wall content. Well, that's good to know.
Only why is it content on all the walls?
I don't know. Yeah, look at this comment from Farmland creator Rob Gilroy. Say no more. Yeah, I'm gonna keep my eye on this. What does it say? In the hyper-technological world of the later 21st century, Mosley is a bitter old janitor on a mission from a higher power to unleash holy hell upon the too big to fail tech gods. Can one man bring down the corporate powers who have used their vast influence to oppress an all too complacent human race and hopefully win back the favor of his estranged family while he's at it? Mosley's taken up the holy hammer, and you better believe he's going to smash some shit until he gets mankind free. Hmm. Perfect for fans of God Country and Ghost Cage. Well, I'm fans of both. I wonder if Skip is still listening.
Nope, not yet.
Maybe Skip a. Oh man, Wow. I'm gonna say my recommendation or my pick for this row is gonna be Spy Superb #1. But there's
It's probably reading or sleep. It's been 4 hours since we went live.
um. What about you? Are you picking Vampirella or are you picking a different book?
Yeah, Vampirella, Red Sonja. Didn't have
All
that
right,
on there, dude.
very good.
And it's just like, hey, he's been world building. He did 2 series that connected, and this is the third book, third series he's doing, and it connects the events of those 2 books that were crossing over, and yeah, and it's got Project Superpowers in there too.
All right, I think we are into the dredges. No real sense in going through, these.
He brings a devil. I was like, Punchline DC. Oh wait, that's not Punchline DC. That's the fake Punchline. It's not the real one.
This is the one that came out first.
I know.
Is this the same?
It's a crossover. Yeah.
Huh.
Kickstarter book. What is Deathgasm?
I don't know. I was just looking at that too. I was like, what? Deathgasm?
It's like Asher's Evil Dead, but like with metal.
Speaking of
is it more-
gasm, there's a book for you. She brings a devil.
Is she reaching into her? What the hell's going on with that cover? Is she reaching into her stomach or his shoulder or what the heck is going on there? I see a lot of blood, and I can't tell. A lot of boobs, but don't know what's going on with the first one.
A lot of boobs that are like creatively covered with blood. um,
Yeah.
Bad
Is
Bug is the name of
is,
the publisher.
is there a synopsis at all? Even for that? Is
I
it just
mean,
a cover?
nope.
No, there's
No one
20
buying
bucks.
this. No one's
20
buying this
bucks.
for this.
$20. $20 for 26 pages. $20. Oh God. I could see like $10, but like $20. Oh my gosh, that's a lot.
Yep, terrible.
Escape from
Um,
Wyoming, bad idea. Nice.
bad idea books are always. Oh, it's Robert Venditti. Oh
I know
man,
too.
bad idea books are always a win. Like they're just top quality. I've never seen a bad one. It just if you can find them.
You know, that's the thing. You can find them. I've never seen a bad one because I've never been able to read any of them. I
I've
think I got
never
one.
seen one in the wild.
Speaking of which, Skip bought me one. I gotta pay him for it. He's gonna send it to me, and then I'm gonna use. It's funny thing. I'm waiting for like. So once I get the book from Skip, because he sends it in the Gemini mailer. I use a Gemini mailer. I'm gonna send the comic over to another comic over to Zach. So I recycle the ones he gives me.
Yeah, smart. They're smart. So here's my pull
Just
list for the week.
all right.
I have no comics. That's my pull
I
list.
have a
Last,
few, not a lot. I don't have that many actually at all.
there's
I was
none.
looking at
Where's
them.
Samurai Doggy? Where? Where?
I don't know, bro, but my pull list. Well,
There it is. Finally,
I already,
December 25th.
so I already have Batman 131. I got it last week. So, but I have one, two, three, four, five, six books. Five that are new.
I hope Noctera is finally back on schedule.
I didn't see the Purgatory one when we're doing the things. I would have voted for that, but
That already came out.
Pur- Purgatory must die. Number one. So
Oh no, you're thinking of a different. Never mind. I was confusing something
no,
else.
you're thinking of the well. Oh, it's a Chaos character to do my Dynamite. So, but the reason I'm getting it because it ties into a book that just ended with them, their Lady Hell book with Dynamite. That's tying in from that. So
Yep. So my pull list is just getting slim.
nice.
I'm sure there'll be new stuff coming out that I'll add because when I lose books, then I'll fill in holes, which is why I've been getting some of these expensive ones because I was like, well, I'm not getting that many books, and the next thing I know, my list is it's all full. Um, I got to pick up these. The Saga number 2 came out, but it was damaged, so they're trying to fulfill and get another one for me. This is a really neat
Yay.
book. I was pleasantly surprised um, that I enjoyed this. I got the first issue. Now it's just a matter of acquiring the next two because it's a super low print run publishing. No one's ever heard of this publishing company. Was it CEX Publisher? So yeah, hopefully there's some cool new books on the horizon coming out in 2023.
Find
It's
out.
it's tough being an indie comic collector, man. I'm just trying to find good books.
I hear ya. When you're overly picky about books you like, you only like certain styles, and then they're kind of there's a few and far between. It gets harder and harder, man.
Well, you're fortunate though because you have a couple of
Mhm.
publishers like Dynamite and Xenoscope
I'm
who
more laid back when it comes to books here. I know, yeah, but if
no,
I
but
was
I'm
like,
saying
yeah,
like they cater towards
what I
things you
like, yes,
like and they're consistent in them for the most part. I think Xenoscope probably more than Dynamite because I never hear you badmouth a Xenoscope book.
I don't read the main Grimm Fairy Tales book either, so I just never got into the main book. I like the individual. I like because the Grimm Fairy Tales means I just never got into it, and I just feel like I'm so far behind if I go to go into it. It's like the Avengers. That's what I feel like the Grim Fairy Tale book is like the in a sense. It's the main book. And all the other books are side stories with the characters, and then they cross over sometimes in the main book. So it's like I think about, man, if I went back and just read from 2013 the main series, though, I wonder if I'd really enjoy it, or if I would just be like, I'm just kind of glad I was reading the individual books. And also, I'm saving money by not buying all those books.
It's only one way to find out. Give,
Comixology.
just give it a shot. Yeah, but for me, like, I am pretty picky, that's for sure. And th- there's just, comic books are just, they're all over the place. You've got really, really great ones, and then you've got really, really bad ones. And I just, you know, I just, I don't want to buy bad comics anymore.
I hear ya.
It's one thing to read a bad comic. It's another thing to just spend the money on it. So if I could borrow a book and go, oh, it wasn't that good, whatever, no big deal. But if I'm paying, especially as the prices are going up, if I'm paying $4.99 for a comic and it's like I read it in 10 minutes and it was bad, I'm just like I just threw money away. And I don't know, I just feel like, especially after that deal on Comixology that I got, what was it we're talking about earlier in the show? Like, I mean, I've got so many back issues, RDV. Like, I probably spent maybe a total of $30. I probably spent more just on my last comic book trip. I mean, here, look, I spent on my last comic book haul. Well, I guess I didn't get all these books, but it's what 27.67 is what League of Comic Geeks showing me for 5 books. Week before that, 24.19 for 6 books. Actually, I didn't get Gru. I should pull that off. Um, I'm still undecided whether I'm gonna. I kind of want to pick up Gru. I might go back and pick up Gru. Yeah, 20 bucks. It's not a lot, but like I just picked up Assassin's Creed Valhalla for 20 bucks on a winter sale, and I've got like 60 hours played into it. I've just got so much like entertainment value, and I guess that's the way that I look at it. Is how much value of entertainment am I gonna get? Um, I just don't want to waste money anymore,
I
and
hear ya.
especially as I'm running out of room. I've got so many boxes of comics. Um, so I really just want to, if I'm going to add more to that collection, I want the books to be like best of the best. It's not because I'm against mediocre books. I just don't have the space to adopt them. I'd much rather just like, hey, read this book. Okay, borrow, read it, or get it digitally, and not, and that way the books that I really love, like I love the Unnamed series here. Um, the Junkyard Joe. I get I love collecting this. I really hope the books do well and Jeff Johns just keeps doing them. Like I love being attached to books, you know. Um, and
Like
when
Ash, the Necronomicon.
not attached that way, but you know what I'm saying. Like when you're just like a big fan of it, and it's like I love adding them to my collection. I want to care about the books that I'm buying, not just be like, yeah, that was fun, 10-minute diversion. Like I want to, you know, I want them to feel special, I guess. That sounds stupid, I know, but
Want to feel special. I want the books to compliment me.
like I really wish I would have bought The Boys. I wish I was, that's a book that would be really cool to have in my collection if I had, or like The Walking
Yeah,
Dead or
The
or
Walking Dead is
Invincible.
still got the original Walking Deads, even the later ones. They still go for quite a few pennies
Yeah. I mean,
because they're
I
first
just
printings.
but you hear what I'm saying, like they're like special. Like they're not just, oh, it's a generic She-Hulk book from Dan Slott. Even though people say Dan Slott's She-Hulk was fine, okay, it's fine, but is it special? You know, like I just want the special stuff, like how you got those cool Frank Miller, hardcovers of Superman, not Frank Miller, sorry, John Byrne, the John
Yeah.
Byrne, like, and those are the reprints, obviously, the books, but those are cool. But either having those books or collecting the actual run in the flat, like, I don't know, that's what I like when I go through my books and my boxes is pouring through and only seeing cool shit. Like, I hate when I go through my comics and I go, oh, there's Batman, and it's like, oh, look at all these Tom King Batmans. I hate that they're there. Uh, anyways, all right, we're gonna sign off, I think. So let RDV get his beauty sleep. You got any final things you want to mention or talk about or shill on your channel before we go?
Tomorrow. Well, new times now for 2 different channels. Extreme Movie Show is moved to 8 p.m. Eastern, which is 7 Central. And of course, because of this, because now we push back our top fives. Top fives now start at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central. So
Oh,
not much to say about that. Come in for the top five and if you're those you're with us, give your top five there in the chat. And if you're watching on the replay, leave your top five in the chat in the comment section. Because I like to do compare. At least I personally like to compare what my top fives, what I think the picks are going to be for the week, what I think would be the best. And then when I do on Thursday nights at 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern, I like to basically see if my top five is still the same top five as it was on Tuesdays.
yeah.
So it's just a little thing I need to do. It's something. It's also for people interaction too, to see if my, because I'm not. I'm curious when someone says like these are my picks. I'm curious to see if that person stays with those picks or if they find something new that that wasn't on there. And a lot of times we throw like, well, I'll have a pixel and stuff like throw like on the thumbnail what are like the 5 books that maybe might be my top five, and sometimes they're not because well, a lot of companies like to push books back. Like, those who noticed that Born of Blood was on last week's thumbnail, but it wasn't out. It got pushed back, and that's a book I recommend everybody should getting. Born of Blood. That is by Joe Corallo.
Yeah, I gotta find that. So you got a chance to read it and liked it?
I read issue 1. Brian sending me issue 2. I bought issue 3. I've only read issue 1. Uh, so far I'm enjoying it, and it's a female protagonist. So
Oh, cool.
other than that, I think Joe had another book that came out last week or a week before that Breen was talking about.
Yeah, he
But
had a
anyone wants
different.
to, yeah, I don't know what it's called, but yeah. So if anyone wants to join us for top five or be on or maybe you want to be on the show on Thursday, let me know down in the I guess I don't know if it's a comment section or not, but I know there is. I scheduled both the streams, so I think you can leave a comment in the live chat maybe, and I'll see it. I'm not sure how long it stays there before if it gets
The
erased or
other
not.
book, just FYI, the other book with Joe that came out on December 7th was Dahlia in the Dark by Mad Cave Studios.
Okay, cool.
And what was the one you got called?
Born of Blood,
Born of Blood. Okay. I didn't
Women
even
with
know about that
Sword,
one.
and it takes place during I guess the Roman Empire, right
Oh,
around that time. Yeah.
I'm just gonna look. All right. So you heard it here first and last. If you're still up, get some sleep. If you're sleeping, stay asleep, but don't oversleep. And we'll be back next week with more late night comics. And cool, have fun. Read The Boys. 2 more volumes to go. Hope you've been enjoying it. I have. Say goodnight, RDV.
Good night, RDV.